Hello, hello, everybody. We're live for the Maestros of the Game. Maestros of the Game, the tournament run by the French community, specifically the peeps at Comeback TV, which is where the mainstream will be, but of course that's in French, so here we are. Obviously, massive thank you to them for allowing us, all the peeps, to cover the event, as it were. Now, I think the files have been a little bit of a hefty load on the old laptop, and hopefully everything will be fine. If it's not, well, that would really suck, admittedly. All right, do we know who is A and who is red, who is blue? Not sure. I won't be able to communicate too much with chat initially. Actually, I can set this up. Yeah, I closed Chrome in order to minimize the likelihood of any issues. But we do have it open on a tablet on the side. Welcome, Psycode, Sir Fapsworth, Setsuna Mayu. I am too strong for you. QQ low, Deathpool. Hope y'all are enjoying. Well, hope you're having a good day. I mean, there's not much to enjoy yet, but there will be. There will be. Ooh, it'll be. All right. Do we know which one of them is red, which one of them is blue? Not 100% sure. Oh, there we go. We got Classics Cam link. And there is the game link. Exciting. Very exciting. Oh, Trigger just got his setup sideways. Huh. That's funny. That is super funny. That needs to be fixed on his end, I think. That is quite funny. I think he's using his phone. But yeah, there should be a great group. We've got a PvP, then a ZVZ, then a guaranteed PvZ winners match and losers match, and then an unknown decider match. Now, I think if we look at this on paper, the expected value is probably Classic and Reynor in the winners match, but I wouldn't say it's guaranteed for either matchup. And I think there are definitely situations where we look at things and it kind of, you can have a pretty good idea of how it's likely to go. If the laptop doesn't work, you're driving to your studio? Oh man. Maybe. The thing is, I think frames missed due to rendering lag. It's only missed a couple frames. CPU usage is low. I honestly think the problem right now... Can I close BattleNet? I honestly think the problem right now, as much as anything, is... my RAM? But that doesn't really make a ton of sense, but it feels like that. I've always done things by vibes, you know? Oh, that's funny. He's trying to set it up. Uh how oh man. I don't even know how to describe this. So, okay, there's a portrait, right? So, I'm actually the best way. There's a portrait like this. Like this border. But right now his phone, instead of doing in portrait mode, it's like this. So, it's vertical. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to describe it to him. It will make for a pretty fun and trippy experience for sure. But it would be as if my camera in this thing was rotated to fit. So the sides were aligned with the top and bottom. Wow, it's really hard to do this. Top and bottom. And then there was just a ton of dead space. Like, it was just a little channel, and I was 90 degrees flipped. And Trigger keeps flipping his phone around, but, like, it is not solving the problem. Also, I think Classic, as far as I can tell, his cam link is not... It's just not doing anything. So Classic, I don't think, has yet turned on his webcam. A Classic is... Oh, I even have them in the wrong thing. Okay. All right, we've almost got this figured out in theory. I think, as far as I can tell, that... Well, I think that the webcams are just going to be a little jank. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll see. Yep. Here we go. It is what it is. Spawning up in the top left for Basilisk, it is Trigger. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it is Virtus Pro's Classic. In the red. Lag? Lag. Oh, for the first time ever, I am not getting lag to the KR server. But apparently the players are. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Obviously, that's not what we want at all. My ping is actually stable. That's awesome, but, I mean, obviously it's most important that the players are all good. Oh. Okay, I just definitely got a big spike. The KR server has been quite unstable recently, I think. Quite unstable. Look at this. Both players doing something a little cheeky. In a best of 3, the chance that you just bust something out like this, and it's very, very powerful and very effective. I mean, it's really good. Like, it's a really high possibility that this can just well, win you a game or even win you a series. It's actually super unfortunate that Aerogfire stopped playing when he did, I feel like, because right now Proxy Robo feels the strongest it's felt in... Oh. Basically, since they added battery overcharge to the game. It is going to be a Proxy Robo out of Classic, and we don't see anything yet out of Trigger. Very interested to see what he does here. Neither player going Adepts. They both open up Double Stalker. And Double Stalker, while doing Proxy Robo, is very powerful, but there is that there is that moment where it can reveal things. Oh my goodness, Trigger. Oh, he was so close. He was so close. He's looking, he's checking all the corners. He knows that there's a good chance of Proxy Robo. He finds his opponent's probe. A little bit late to respond. He has expanded behind this. He's building his own Robo. Robo is best case scenario after the expand because unlike the Twilight Council, which doesn't provide any value until the upgrade's done, or the Stargate, which is decent but tricky to make work, it will give you the most heads-up fighting power. Most straight-up fighting power the fastest. Obviously, if you have Blink in time for this attack, it's amazing. But you don't. You just can't. Like, I think if you even cut units and immediately saved all chrono, cut units, and went straight to Blink off one base, you still probably wouldn't have it in time for this first attack. And by first attack, I mean, well, this is actually kind of unique. 4 Stalker hit squad are going to come in. A couple of probes getting picked off. Good micro so far from both players. Very good micro from both players. Guardian Shield helping a lot. Really nice bait from Trigger. He draws Classic in with this Stalker. Good micro from Classic as well. He will be able to pick off a Sentry and that Stalker ultimately, but I gotta say, that was pretty phenomenal from Trigger. However, this looks really, really difficult for him. He needs this Immortal out now. And he is just about to get another Chrono Boost available. Immortal will move forward. Guardian Shield being forced back. Really great micro here from Trigger, and he's actually going to use the low ground shield battery. Now his Immortal pops out. He's going to be able to grab some good damage on his opponent's Immortal. Classic didn't even bait out the barrier and takes a ton of damage on the Prism. This is actually looking quite nice for Trigger. Classic, this is a very bold move. If he gets caught, this could be GG. If Trigger goes right now, oh, he had the angle. He had the angle on this Prism. Oh my goodness, that was an opportunity for Trigger to straight up win the game. Classic, that was so bold. That was so risky from Classic. Oh man. Trigger is building a lot of batteries in the natural. Classic. Oh, he is going again with 2 Immortals into the main. This looks like it wants to be a lift up. Nice hot pickup micro here from Trigger. Very nice hot pickup micro on the defense. Classic decent as well, but I mean, it is so hard to keep those Stalkers alive against the Immortals. Both players are, of course, just massing units. Classic has a very big army supply advantage. Oh, and he's going to draw his opponent out of position. This is a bait. We're going to see force fields attempted on the ramp, but don't lose the Prism. He loses it with both Immortals inside. A massive blunder from Classic. Can Trigger get enough units to the low ground to hold now? That is such a huge mistake from Classic. He's not going to be able to warp in. Lost 2 of his massive power units. Both shield batteries are down, but Trigger has all the power now. Oh, man, what a massive blunder out of Classic. You play with fire for that long, and you are bound to get burned. Trigger, do not lose the Prism. He will lose it in response, and that will give an opportunity back to Classic to still win this game. Both players, both players with some missteps here. They were talking about lag earlier, but this was just decision-making issues for Classic, to be honest, with the Prism. He just took bad angles multiple times, and Trigger finally did punish him. And he did it over the high ground where the Immortals couldn't drop out. Ooh, now this is trouble for Trigger. He does end up actually getting his Immortal away. Classic's force fields were a little bit late there to lock it in, and as a result, we do see Trigger able to get that very valuable Immortal out of harm's way. His War Prism is about to complete, and that's going to give him good micro potential. Very nice Prism Micro on the tail end here from Classic. But Trigger has 3 Immortals to 2. And you cannot dodge Immortal shots. Ooh, he does get one of the kills here. Classic, that is. But Trigger now has that Prism. It's still very close. Another Immortal showing up for Classic. This is actually starting to work out for the Korean Protoss. He kills another Immortal of Trigger. The batteries are out of energy. Probes being pulled into the fight. Trigger is still building probes. He needs to be building nothing but units. This is so close. Classic needs to morph, or needs to warp in more units. But he doesn't want to put this into its phase mode. There we go. Now he does. There's not a lot of anti-air, so he can definitely do that comfortably. Adepts do warp in. Another Immortal joins up for Trigger. If Classic still wins this after losing the Prism, that would be insane. And really would dictate or display the power of this proxy robo. Trigger, this shield battery is actually causing him harm now. Ooh, Classic gets the first Immortal of his opponent. Nice hot pickup micro from Classic. He is saving these Immortals at very low HP. And now it is a ton of Adepts versus nothing to guard these Immortals. Trigger was in such a good position after killing that Immortal, or that Prism. Actually, he is still... Well, he's got a third Immortal now, and he's killed one of his opponents. Classic has not got another Immortal here yet. Oh, God, the Prism Micro from Trigger is so razor's edge, and he is actually starting to make this look like a hold is possible again. The Adepts have all gone for Classic. Classic's going to start to mine out of his main. Yeah, he just hit that 8:30 timer, which is where the mineral patches all expire. Trigger did lose some probes in the main, I think, from an Adept Shade buy. But this is still... Oh, man, this is still so close. Force Field, good, but not going to be able to get a kill here. Trigger is too fast on it. Well, on the Trigger, and now Classic is being forced back. Trigger, with the barriers active, going to be able to get some good work done. He will force these Immortals into the Prism. Good save from Classic, but I think Trigger has done it now. Classic knows he must win. Oh, if he can get the kill, Trigger that is, that would be huge on this next Immortal, and that would almost certainly ice the game. But I think, to be honest, he's done it anyways. Probes are starting to long-distance mine here for Classic. Oh, I don't even know whose Immortal is whose, but it looks like Trigger is going to do it. Wah-wah-wee-wah. Well done by Trigger. Damn. That was so crazy. Absolutely bonkers stuff right there. That was ridiculously good micro on both sides. Really, really impressive to me. Very difficult to execute. Oh, man, I can't believe Classic almost still got it done after losing a full Prism with 2 Immortals. Basically, when he had the game pretty close to 1. At the very least, he had the power to kill his opponent's Nexus. And then he's just way ahead in army supply with a contain, the ability to expand. Yeah, I don't know how you possibly recover from that point. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to... I think... Oh, wait. If I unlock this... Ah, haha. I've done it. I fixed Trigger's webcam. So now we have one working webcam. Ish. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right, it is Trigger for Basilisk. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Virtus Pro is Classic in the red. I mean, the first... I honestly can't believe he didn't lose the Prism the first time in the main base. That was so dangerous. So dangerous. All right, we're going to be using our Twitch dashboard on mobile to manage things. Honestly, really impressive stuff out of both players, I would say. Classic with the very good micro so far. Hey, thank you much, Hi, for the gifted sub to Special. Thank you, thank you. Maples isn't VIP. I mean, what can I say? He's killed way too many drones with the depths of mine. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I've... I'm actually surprised I haven't VIP'd him. You know, I would, but then I would be giving into peer pressure. And should we really be doing that? Is that what we want to be teaching our children, that it's good to give into peer pressure? Oh, that's a big scout. Oh, and he doesn't need to show that he scouted it. He doesn't need to show that he scouted it. This is so good for Trigger. Holy crap. He can actually just bait Classic into making this proxy robo and then shut it down. If at this point, I would say Chrono Stalker. I would say Chrono your Stalker out. Double Stalker, you hard counter this is what you do. Maybe even Pylon on the high ground and Shield Battery rush this bad boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is so ridiculously good for Trigger. And now he is going to be able to put a probe here. Start working away the Pylon. Classic has moved away from this position. If Trigger had not done this, since Classic didn't leave the probe here, this might have just been GG straight up. As it is, Classic will be able to build another Pylon. But, oh, man, this could be one of those moments where Trigger is like, oh, no. He'll look back at this and say, this was my biggest opportunity. It's not lost yet. It's still a very good situation. But, of course, Classic does have... It's not that far away from his base. Oh, that was kind of interesting. Very weird, actually. We are going to see at least one Pylon die. Immortal is being chronoed out. Classic, how many Pylons does he lose is the question. Trigger should most definitely just kill this Pylon for sure. But he wants to go after the Adept. Does lose his probe, didn't micro that back. Ooh, if the Stalkers could have intercepted this, this would have been big. Trigger is building his own Immortals. He's got to get out of here, though. Best case scenario, maybe taps this Immortal with one of the Stalkers. Baits out its barrier, but you got to be careful because the Immortal just hits so hard. Both players going to be Prism second, which does make sense. Trigger will still have more fighting power in his army. Now, both players, of course, adding the third gate. This, as weird as it sounds, is not as much of an advantage for Trigger as it should, well, I shouldn't even say as it should be, as you would think. Because the fighting is all going to take place on Trigger's side of the map. Now, this is still a golden opportunity for him. He is going to be supply blocked in a moment, though he's not building a pylon. The Prism, where is it going? Oh, man, Trigger, no. Not like this. This is two very big blunders. The supply block is actually catastrophic for him. He really wants to move out. What is... Okay, I don't know. He's going after the... I don't know what to make of this. He's going after the pylons here. If he does kill them, that is a gateway and the robo. Adept does shade forward. There are a lot of force fields available, but he doesn't drop them on the ramp. He gets force fielded away. And now it is going to be Trigger pulling back. He does have energy recharge. He's able to recharge that battery. Trigger needs... He's not going to be able to recall. He will be going after the robo itself. The Immortal will pop. Classic. Oh, good target fire there from Trigger. He immediately went back into the fight. He's going to pull probes into this fight. He lost his Immortal at home. Classic is looking to break through. There's another Immortal out for Trigger. If he can get the kill on this Immortal, that would be huge. But he's actually going to get a lot of these units instead. He's still got his barrier. Trigger loses a lot of probes, but can he still recover here? The answer should be yes. Classic, I think, should be looking to kill more probes with this Immortal. Trigger? Oh, he didn't kill the Robo. He is going to go for some counterattack on the other side of the map. He's got the Prism. This might actually be the right call. There's no recall available for Classic. Trigger is going to save this Prism, and he will be able to get all of his opponent's Stalkers on the defense. Doesn't have the money to warp in a lot, but if he could warp in at depths, that'd be amazing. Nice Prism Micro here from Trigger. He really wants another probe. He will get it. Classic with 2 Immortals on the other side of the map. This is so tense. Oh, man. Double Adept warp in aggressively would have been so good. Trigger didn't see Classic's army. Oh, but he is moving back in position, and he will get back here. Immortals of Classic don't have both their barriers triggered. Another Immortal is about to pop out for Trigger, but it's not done yet. The units... Oh, that's a clutch shield battery heal. Stalker does go down. Trigger has rebuilt probes. He's back up to 18. This is an intense micro battle. Classic, even though he's mining more, it may not actually be an advantage because that means he's going to mine out of his main base earlier. Trigger is going to shade forward with some Adepts. He'll be able to get some damage done here. Oh, no target fire. He would have gotten another probe with that. Instead, he goes back in with the 2 Stalkers. Will save them. Good micro. Meanwhile, on the other side, something just died. It was a pylon. One of the gates actually died. Oh, my God. Didn't even realize. Oh, man. This is a super, super intense situation. I think Trigger should go onto the map and try and kill that Robo. Oh, he's going to lose some more probes in the back. Very nice move from Classic. Finally finding Trigger out of position. Is this a situation to go Stargate? Recall on the Prism. Classic. I don't think he knew about it. It's going to be Immortals moving out. He is going to go after this Robo finally. Oh, but he needs to keep these at home for the moment to deal with his opponent's double Robo. Or double Immortal, I should say. It's so weird because the Immortal's barrier, you'd think it would change the math a lot. And it does. But it's a very weird situation. This Robo facility has fully recharged its shields, by the way. Trigger can hit this from the high ground. Oh, that one Immortal's not shooting. Ooh, Stalker's looking for the kill. Recall was used. That snipe! That's a sick snipe right there from Classic. Trigger will still trade out better than I expected. He kills one Immortal and kills the Stalker, but losing that Prism is disastrous for Trigger. He actually killed 2 Stalkers, I didn't realize. Double Adept trying to move through to the other side of the map. If he gets the kill, that'd be big. Oh, Trigger been able to keep that moving. There is no shield battery in the main. Trigger still has all 8 mineral patches in the main. Well, actually, he's about to not, but... Actually, he just mined out 2 at once. Classic is getting very close to mining out a couple of his as well. They both have lost workers. Classic does have the bigger army supply. There's another Prism out now for Trigger, but that means one less Immortal in terms of production time. Ooh, killing that sentry is nice. It was out of energy, though. Trigger is getting heavily pressured. Nice little force field, but great pickup micro once again from Classic. God, this is so incredibly tense. You can see these players are incredibly confident in their micro, as they should be. Trigger stepping forward pretty far. He wants to fight. But Classic was able to pick up those Immortals very nicely. Did he lose one? I think he did, but it was the one red HP Immortal. There's so much quick micro that it's hard to keep track. Classic does have this in its warp-in mode. We'll switch that back. And there's not a lot of Stalkers for Trigger that can easily get into the fight. Classic does take the Nexus behind this. Trigger moves out with the Prism, but it's a bit of a fake. Oh, and Classic is going to try and move into the main. He will be able to switch back. It's a heavy... Oh, the Prism's not in position. Immortals on the high ground are kind of safe because of this force field. He's actually going to kill another Stalker, but Trigger is moving very far forward onto the low ground to try and win the fight, and he is starting to do so. Going to lift these Immortals back into the high ground. A couple of Adepts warping in aggressively by Classic. Very good Prism Micro from Classic, keeping those Immortals alive. Not a lot of probes falling, even though they've pulled into the fight. Oh, Classic loses another Immortal. He didn't have enough space in the Prism. Trigger needs to keep this Immortal at home, or these Immortals at home, I should say. Nexus is about to complete for Classic. He will be able to get a big eco advantage once this comes online. Look at their economies. They are in utter shambles, tatters. Trigger has a lot of sentry energy, or not a lot of sentry energy, a lot of gas. Warp-in sentries. I don't know if he can counterattack with what he's got. There's 2 shield batteries starting up at home. Well, one is about to finish. Another one is starting up. Oh, man, this is so annoying for Trigger. He needs to force a recall, but he can't. Classic can keep so much of his opponent's army supply on the other side of the map. All Classic needs to do is actually just keep Trigger pinned. Can 2 Stalkers and a Sentry actually keep this from moving in? It doesn't really matter because Trigger has to go. I think Trigger's best move right now is a lift up into the main. I wonder if he will recognize that, though. Ooh, hallucinated Stalkers. That is cute. God, the Sentry Warp-ins. Gonna be big here. Trigger with 5 Immortals at the front. It's gonna all come down to the force fields. There's the recall. Classic waited to the last second. Force fields coming in on both sides. Immortals barrier Trigger. I like that. He left it in the front for a decent bit of time while the barrier was active. Classic does have his shield battery still with a decent bit of energy. Energy recharge is available. Trigger is pushing forward, though. Can he make the break here? He kills one of his opponent's Immortals. Another one goes down. Third one barely alive. Trigger is pulling back. They are low on HP. All of the Immortals for Classic died, but does Trigger have enough micro in his blood to save this, to make this game happen? How much micro do you have in your blood? Test it now. Force field's gonna come down. We do see Stalkers warping in for Classic. A nice Guardian Shield. Probe's gonna pull into the fight. Barriers for, I don't know what the cooldown is, but a couple of them are available for Trigger. They are gonna start to work away at these Stalkers. Trigger is doing it. He is about to take down the EWC runner-up. Gonna depower both of these shield ladders. Click it down, cancel the warp-in. Oh, he doesn't do that, but he will still win the fight. It's Robo versus Robo. It's power versus power, and it is the Canadian Protoss taking it down. Wowee, zowee. Trigger gets it done. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, did we have the wrong... My God, we got the wrong cam link, didn't we? Well, it's fine. All right. Holy Toledo. Holy guacamole. That was a sick series from Trigger. And now we will move into Reynor versus... Reynor versus SHIN. That one is going to be, I would say, pretty fun. I am really curious if this series will match the level of shenanigans we just saw. I'm not sure how long the break is going to be. We're going to put up like 4 or 5 minutes on the timer. But we'll be back, I guess. God, that was so hype. Well done. It's a wonderful day for Canada and therefore the world. Very well done by Trigger, though. For real, for real. Proud of him. Proud of my boy. I will be right back. All right, we're back, but apparently we're very early. And that's okay. That's okay. We can yap a little bit. It seems as though things are stable for now, so we can yap with chat. Thank you very much. Bane Supper for the Tier 1 resub at 24 months. Oh, man. Oh, geez. 24 months. That's like at least a year. Oh, geez. That's like, that's a while, man. Yes, this is GSL style groups, which means that we got winners match, then we got losers match, then we got sorry, we got opening match, then winners match, then losers match, then deciders match. So it's basically the way that you can always look at a GSL group is it's just a mini double elimination bracket. Funnily enough, there's so many games that call them GSL groups and don't know where that came from. Rick and Morty Season 8 was a bit of a disappointment to me. So I just started watching it. I watched the first episode, and I was like, this is hilarious. This is really, really funny. But then episodes 2 and 3, they kind of feel like, yeah, they don't feel as, they feel like a bit of a miss. And then episode 4 was like, I feel like a really, really funny concept. But I feel like they might have missed the landing on it. As weird, I don't know how else to describe it. But the concept of it was very, very funny. Like, super, super funny. It does feel a little bit like what I've watched so far, though. It's not 100%. There are a couple of good ones. Yeah. Last couple of seasons hasn't been great. It feels like they're a little bit already, or a little bit all over the place. Thank you very much, Tong Yang, for the Prime subby. Thank you very, very much. We are almost back up to 200 subscribers, which is pretty awesome. By the way, welcome GGE Mini. I did see that there is an announcement for an offline finals for RSL, which is pretty awesome. I've been a little bit wary about you know, the whole thing, but if you guys stick the landing on it, you know, that's good. That's good. We want it to be a good thing. Yeah, RSL. Want it to be a good thing for everybody. Raid Shadow Legends. That game that I love occasionally when they pay me money. For real, though, it would be awesome to see... Well, it will be awesome to see an offline finals. It will be awesome. No spoilerino on RSL games, I suppose. Highly dodgy. Okay, Tokamak, gonna be map numero uno. Now, I'm pretty sure Reynor would have had to declare this before the series started. But will we see... Yeah, he would have had to declare this before the series started. Reynor did win the coin flip, which means that he is... He gets to pick... Wow, what's the word? Server advantage. So, of course, he has claimed server advantage, which, well, I'd be surprised if he didn't, to be frank. I think Season 1, Episode 2 is Dog World. I think that one... What is that? That one is... Lawnmower Man. Yeah, that's that. Oh my god. By the way, if you guys want to watch the worst sci-fi movie, one of the worst sci-fi movies ever made, watch Lawnmower Man. That thing is amazing. It is such a disaster. So good. All right, looks like Reynor is going to be blue, which would mean, of course, that SHIN will be red. Unfortunately, Reynor does not have a webcam right now. The TV just turned on its own. I have to assume Mia sitting on the couch just, like, bumped the button. Or there's ghosts in the TV. Those are really the two options. But yeah, episode 1. The new War of the Worlds movie. By new, is there like a new one? Because there was one that was, what, like 10 or 15 years ago? Dave, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Hello. Oh, shit, he is playing Protoss. Bunka just said race and go. Reynor just said ready. Reynor is playing Protoss. He knows that he can't switch between maps, right? He did not know this. Okay, he is gonna play Zerg. Yeah, this was stated. Blood thinks he's Clem. Damn, are we really gonna do this revisionist history? We're gonna pretend that Clem was the first person to off race? Ooh, that's a little spicy, Trigger. Trigger coming in, feeling high and mighty after taking down the best Protoss in the world, 2-0, as he should be, because that was absolutely sick, my dude. That was very cool. Very well done. Classics Prism Micro is next level. But unfortunately, it couldn't match up to the Canadian Fury of one Yoon, Trigger, Big Balls Hong. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Reynor. Micro Blood. I'm going to start calling you Micro Blood. Spawning up the top right for Weibo Gaming, it's SHIN. In the red. At the end of the second game, I was running out of words to say. And you had just a bunch of low HP Immortals. So I said, does Trigger have enough micro in his blood to still win this game? And the answer was yes. There was enough micro in your blood. But yeah, knowing that Classic was going to proxy Robo after game 1, I mean, I legitimately think in the current version of the game, it is the best way to play PvP. Like, it's just so strong. And even if you play defensive Robo, you can just out-micro your opponent. And also, it's kind of like one base lane Bane versus one base lane Bane. Like, it's technically an advantage for the defender in one base lane Bane versus one base lane Bane. But mostly because of the, high ground ramp and queens on the ramp. But there's this weird thing that happens where, like, because you're the one defending, you are more likely to, like, get punished for little mistakes. Now, it's actually even worse, I think, with Proxy Robo, because you have the buildings in the wall, which are just massively exposed. So I just think it's really strong. That's what I'm saying. We're going to add a picture of Reynor. I think you guys know what he looks like, though. Italian fellow. Handsome. Likes to dye his hair blonde sometimes. Often wears a Red Bull sleeve. Exudes confidence. So far, we haven't seen anything crazy out of either player. Are they both going to open up quick 3 hatch? Yes for Shin, yes for Reynor. Cool, cool, cool. We don't see... Oh, actually, no. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. No Ling speed. Oh, wow, 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 wow. That is cray-cray. Reynor, what are we doing with this? If Shin puts on Ling Bane pressure, I mean, you cannot hold that third. That's just a... That's a fact of life, but realistically, most players won't. He's going speedless defensive Banes? Oh, this is a let him cook moment if ever there was one. With just 1 on gas, will he cancel this now that it's been scouted? Or is he actually going to use this? This is so cool. Oh, I'm so curious to see what what Reynor is planning with this. Going to be a quick Roach Warren. He could still get Ling speed behind this. I mean, the reputation of Reynor is that he's going to be able to defend, you know, either a dedicated Ling Bane pressure or light Ling Bane pressure. Either or. Going to be an Evo chamber behind this, so that will enable a very fast +1 missile. Or Carapace even. It's kind of dealer's choice. Seeing the lack of Ling speed at this point, that's got to be like, wait, what? It's 4 minutes, you know? You're not... Oh! Ooh, losing the Baneling right there is quite a nuisance. Shin will add on a few more Lings. He's going to send some of his Lings across the map. I mean, Reynor's gotten himself a nice eco advantage off of this so far. But how many drones does he lose at home? So far, the answer is 0. Oh, great drone micro. Look at it. Oh, my God. He's keeping them all alive. Yo. Being a Reynor drone sounds like a pretty good gig in my books so far. He said, thus cursing the drones to a lifetime of pain. Certainly better than being a Steadfast drone. Being a Steadfast drone is... Well, it's a part-time gig because you're not going to have it for very long. I do like the 1 Bane in the natural, the 2 Banes in the third. Oh, that was risky out of Shin. Shin is going for Carapace. Reynor is building 2 spines. The problem with this right now is you don't get any scouting with this setup. Reynor has only lost 1 Zergling. No, wait, what has he lost? A lot. I'm confused. Oh, nice Bane defensively. And, that's going to be a dead creep tumor dying to the Baneling, but still just good stuff out of Reynor. Now, letting the spines finish might seem crazy, but Reynor has not scouted anything. And he is still in such a good position economically, and now this is going to kind of power him up into the later stages of the game. The main problem would be, well, that Shin is just going for it. Just absolutely going for it. But now these spines are going to be incredibly valuable is the thing. Reynor will see a move out to the right side. He did start some more drones, but he's going to start more spines here as well. 3 more spines, in fact. He's going to have his +1 missile, which will still be better than the Carapace. The Carapace will mean that the reinforcing Lings of Shin are going to be valuable. It's going to be up to Reynor to kind of retain these Banes, though. Even though you don't one-shot, it's still very valuable doing the damage that you do. If you get a big Bane, big Bane hit on your opponent's Lings. That kind of goes without saying. Corrosive Biles will find some very clumped up Overlords. Defensively, Reynor is very well set up, and I think he is just going to be able to hold this without much trouble, realistically. Even without the additional spines, he probably would have been fine. Shin was not expecting the kind of economic boon Reynor could get out of this, I think. There is a small advantage in terms of numbers right now for Shin, but with the spines, Reynor is not breakable. Not at this third, at the very least. Shin is going to try and add a layer. I mean, right now, the only opportunity, he has to get a Ling run by into the main and kill a bunch of drones. Because he cannot break the front, and he cannot play a macro game from this far behind, I don't think. He may not realize how far behind he actually is. Look at that. Maestros. It's the tournament we're in. Wow. +2 missile fired up for Reynor now. Good positioning on these roaches, but they don't quite full wall. The lack of an Evo chamber there was a problem. Nice little Corrosive Biles on the spine. This is what I was looking for from Shin, but more of a Ling run by, not a kind of force your opponent away from the spines. It's nice, but this is still going to be a crushing victory for Reynor on the defense. Like, Shin just doesn't have the units. It's a very simple situation, and with Roach speed done, honestly, Shin is actually very fortunate that Reynor doesn't chase him, because Shin's Roach speed is very far away from completing. Reynor's just now kicking in. Good job dropping the creep here to allow this spine. Actually, both of these spines. I didn't realize there was a second one underneath. I think I would like to see Reynor maybe spread the Overlords, just because Corrosive Biles are obviously a bit of a problem. Oh, he actually didn't get all the Biles to hit here. Despite having 5 Ravagers, only 4 needed. Reynor putting these spines behind the mineral line is very interesting. Finn will have a timing where he's going to have 1-1 versus 1-0 for like... how long is that? It's going to be starting very soon. Do you have a Contaminate available? No. And in fact, he's going to drop a Changeling, so there's absolutely no chance he has it. It'll be like a 25-second timing, but he's still down an army supply, and his opponent's going to have Defender's Advantage with a ton of spines. Reynor is building a Spire behind this. It gets scouted, but... I mean, I think Reynor can just walk across the map and kill him once +2 missile completes. +2 missile is not massively better than 1-1, but it is a little bit better. And it's more so than anything that he just has such a massive army supply advantage. Oh. Corrosive Biles coming down. Gonna see a Ling wraparound attempted.
Game paused.
It's not me. My ping is steady. Yee.
Game resumed.
Obviously, it's very important that the players have a fair opportunity. +1 missile will lose, or sorry, +1 Carapace will lose its benefit as the +2 missile completes for Reynor. Still going to be able to 2-shot these Lings, or will be able to once again, I should say. Shin is trying, but yeah, once again, Reynor, I think, can just absolutely win the game here. There is a world where he doesn't feel confident to push in, and Shin gets to max out, and then we have a bit of a longer game on our hands. Reynor is building 5 mutas, which I find to be honestly pretty strange. He's going into Burrow and Tunneling Claws, which I do like. And it's not that mutas are bad. They're very good in the matchup. It's just that... yeah, I wonder if he doesn't realize how far ahead he actually got from this build, from this setup. I don't think I've seen Reynor play this before. And I don't think Shin realizes how much of a disadvantage it put him at. And I don't think Reynor realized how much of an advantage it put him at after all was said and done with the attacks. And I mean, the weird thing is, Shin, because he's on less drones, he's actually going to have a more powerful army. Especially if +2 missile completes for him and it's 2-1 versus 1-1. And then you have 10 supply and the mutas kind of tied up here. Shin will kill this one queen. Or sorry, Reynor will kill this one queen. Does lose a muta. Hydras are being added on, but Tunneling Claw Roaches, they are ready to go right now. And, well, with no ability to see this, Reynor's just going to get a free kill on this base. He's got a bunch of Roaches held back in reserve. Oh, Ling counterattack on the other side of the map might very well kill this hatch. And that kind of keeps things a little bit equal here. Reynor's, I mean, like, his money is massive. Absolutely massive bank at this point. Almost as high as his army value on 138 army supply. The only way Shin can realistically win this game is by taking such a good fight. And Reynor's gone low enough in the drone count that shouldn't really happen. It would take Reynor eating some massive corrosive biles. I do like trading out the mutas for hydras here. Even though it might not be super cost efficient, they're just not valuable in a regular fight. So I'd rather have roaches or ravagers. Better concave for Reynor here. Corrosive biles for SHIN are not bad though. SHIN does have the slightly stronger army. It's just he needs to win a fight so hard that he can kill Reynor before Reynor's bank comes into play. Hydra speed is now finished. Hydra speed, Hydra range. Reynor is adding more spines. He does not want to die to the situation I'm describing. But he does need to be careful that he doesn't get caught out of position. The Tunneling Claws roaches on the other side of the map are looking for an opening. SHIN is all in on 3 bases. But, I mean, he's been pretty all-in, pseudo-all-in for quite a while. Corrosive biles are going to be the decider in this fight. And Reynor getting good enough biles to break up the majority of his opponent's concaves. A little bit of a flank coming in for SHIN. Reynor will get caught ever so slightly. But, I mean, yeah, it's the production tab. It's the money behind it. This was still more than good enough for Reynor. That might have even been a cost-efficient fight, even with that little flank. He got out of there before it became a big problem. Nice little bile right there, but not going to win you the game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, oh, look at this. We're microing individual roaches with the Tunneling Claws. Reynor can absolutely give it the space and be just fine. He may not recognize it, but he doesn't have to is the thing. He's actually just going to be able to get a good jump on his opponent's units, cutting the army of SHIN in half. And Reynor will take game number 1 off the back of what was a very, very cool little setup. Very cool little setup. Well done by the Italian Stallion. Yeehaw. Bom Jogo. All right, we're going to run a quick 1.5 minutes of ads here on Twitch. We'll get into the next game. Actually, we'll do a quick minute. I'm going to find a picture of Reynor as well. Well, not yet, apparently. We'll figure that out a little later. If my fingers were able to keep up with my brain, what MMR would I be? I would love to find out. I would love to find out. I'm pretty confident a few hundred higher at minimum. Yeah. I want to believe like at least 5'6", maybe 5'8". I don't know. We'll never know. Never know. The highest I ever got to was just shy of 5'6", back when I was super practiced and my fingers were pretty fast. But who knows? Who knows? All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left, it is Reynor in the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is Weibo Gaming's SHIN in the red. You don't use location keys and you got 6,200? Nice. Nice. Both players, one's going to opening up Extractor Trick 15 hatch. Will we see Reynor go this no sling speed play against? Again, obviously you wouldn't do this on a consistent basis because your opponents would just take crazy greedy advantages against you. Like, you could legit play gasless against that for, I would say, quite a while taking your third hatch. But then it could turn into like a weird double bluff where you do like a slowling Bane push. But then even then, I think Queens could defend that. But it would be difficult. Oh, I kind of want to see a situation where the metagame, like players actually try that. But I would assume that yeah, if you know it's coming, you would just do like a Ling Bane all in off like a very low drone count, or maybe not even that low of a drone count, but even just like a Speedling rush. Maybe like 16 Speedlings to kill your opponent's third. That would still be a worthwhile play, I think. This time, though, Reynor is going to play Ling Speed. It would once again be pretty crazy if he didn't. He actually is not pulling a drone off gas, which is quite different here. Reynor coming in with some builds. I'm here for it. I wonder if this game he is going to put on heavy Ling Bane aggression in the, like, I would still call it the early game. The mid-early game. Ooh, this might be the build Lambo did. Oh, this is a build Lambo did once upon a time to, I believe it was Solar. Yes, yeah. He even transferred the drone down to the natural to make it look like when the Overlord comes in that there's a normal number of drones. Oh, this is for sure that build. So he's going to have a bunch of gas for roaches, more than you're supposed to. And it might not seem like a big difference having 2 drones on gas versus having 3, but you can see already it's led to a significant difference in gas income. There's already basically enough extra gas for 2 more roaches. And when you take into account the fact that he's not morphing a defensive Bane, he's going to have a lot of roaches off this just one setup, this one gas setup. And with the Evo chamber in the front, this will look very much like a macro play. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool out of Reynor. Taking a build from the Professor. Professorson. Now, we do see SHIN with a hidden Evo chamber of his own in the main base. He realizes, cancels the Carapace, cancels the Evo chamber, adds a spine. That's a lot of money back into the kitty. But look at the worker count. Look at the army supply. Reynor has bamboozled SHIN. Nice little split off with these Lings of SHIN. They will be able to trigger that Baneling. But Reynor is looking very strong right here. To just 2-0 his opponent, he's going to be able to split these drones or Lings to the third. If there's no defensive Banes, he's going to be able to get on top of these spines. I think this is just over. 12 roaches starting up for SHIN, but they're going to come out piecemeal, surrounded immediately. Banelings need to get into the fight. Drones pulling away from them. One Bane gets a big connection, another one not so much. But this is looking like Reynor is going to do it here. Banelings closing in. Kaboom! GG. Reynor wins it with 69 supply at the end. And what you could only characterize as a nice build. Nice. Very well done. And Reynor, just like that, will now be playing up against his teammate in the winner's match. A little bit of Basilisk versus Basilisk action in this winner's match. That is a nice showing for both of the players. That first Bane was spicy. On the drones or on the... Yeah. My brain went back to the first one that got intercepted, so I was like, no, that one kind of sucked, actually. But yeah, the one in the mineral line. And then the third Bane in the attack, the one that killed a bunch of drones that were transferring away. I mean, by that point, it was kind of already over. I do like what SHIN did with the mineral walking to get away from the Banes and use his opponent's Roach positioning and Bane positioning against him. But it was just far too much value for Reynor at that point. Very nice little move. Really, really awesome stuff. Yeah, the drones. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. All right. Welcome to the peeps on YouTube. If it's your first time tuning in, I hope you guys are enjoying. Make sure to like the video if you haven't already done so. And subscribe on YouTube if you can. But obviously also appreciate a follow on Twitch. I believe it is going to be Reynor versus Trigger next, I think. But I'm not sure. It could be loser's match first. Okay. Yeah, it is going to be winner's match first. Oh, it's a best of 5. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. Wikipedia has it mislabeled. All right, we're going to put up like 5 minutes on the timer, and we will be back in a little bit. Stick around. All right, we're back. I think we're still waiting a little bit for the players, which is fine by me. As, well, I am also setting up the pictures. I'm surprised we don't have a slowly falling in here today. I am surprised. Unless she is in here. Oh, we have a new camera link. Ah. Oh, we've already got it. Wardy's wedding, that's why? Oh. Any chance I can drop the replay for that last game in Discord? Probably not. If it were my tournament, I would feel comfortable doing that potentially. But since it is the French community's tournament, and they're the ones putting up the prize pool, all that, I wouldn't want to, like, give away their replays, basically. Yeah. I hope that she is fed up with SE2 and only watches Stormgate from now on. True. That seems very likely. I most definitely believe that. But if you have your eyes on any other replays, I can also I could also just do that build and then show you how it works. Because I'm assuming you're looking for the build order itself. Okay, trigger is going to be red. Good. That's where I've got him situated. Just curious about the build. Day 7 of asking Steadfast to play Witcher 3, by the way. Oh, true. Yo, that sounds right. That sounds correct. Oh. Of course, once again, make sure to check out Comeback TV. Bum, 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 bum. Is Reynor in Korea? He is not. Hardcore PoE 2 streams? Damn. Adventurer would not accept it. I think she'd be fine with me playing Witcher 3. Unless... Oh. All right, here we go. Little Basilisk on Basilisk action here. Both players looking super, super strong. The thing is, whoever loses this knows that they're going to have to probably go up against Classic in the decider match. Although I should not count out SHIN. I should not count out SHIN. There is always a chance that he can make some magic happen. But for now, it's going to be a best of 5. Oh. Okay, there we go. Eh.
Game paused.
Oh, perfect. The pause. I can adjust this thing. Oh, okay. Trigger needs a VPN. Ah. Feels bad. Yeah, he's got 280 ping right now. Oof. The thing that's crazy to me is that you can I'm pretty sure, yeah, turn on the VPN during the game and it will like change your connection. I really don't understand how VPNs work. I don't understand how a lot of things work, if I'm being honest. It's a miracle I've made it this far. Bop, 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 bop. Bop-a-dop, bop-a-dop. Hey, thank you, Kasansky, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. Damn, we are back over 200 subbies. Oh, that is very nice. That is very, very nice. Ooh, they are conversing. Figure said it didn't help much. Do I just have to suck it up? Ranger says, what do you want me to do about it? Ooh, a little spicy. I mean, it is... Yeah, it does suck. This is the problem with... Yeah, cross server. Damn. Reynor a little spicy.
Game resumed.
All right. As we get back into it, it is going to be a gas first out of trigger. I mean, yeah, that just really sucks. There's no other way to put it. It really sucks. It's nobody's fault. There's not a lot you can do about it, is the thing. Is that a static photo of Reynor? Yes. Yes, it is. He doesn't have his camera yet. He says he's getting it tomorrow. Thank you, Tank and Spat. I, too, think I would look great with long white hair. I actually don't know. Every time I think about the Witcher show, though, I just feel sad for Henry Cavill. Man's deserved better. He truly did. And he still does. Hashtag my Superman. Although I've heard the new Superman was quite good. The actor who played him. I also really like, and I've been a big fan of this guy for a while since I saw Skins. And then, what else was he in? Nicholas Hoult. He played Lex Luthor. Really great actor. It is going to be a Stalker first, no Warp Gate, and a very quick Stargate. This is a fast Stargate. Oh. Trigger got bamboozled. Oh, he doesn't know where the... Oh, my God. He doesn't know where it is. He's just going across the map with this. Wow. What's the timing on this Stargate? This is a fast one. 2:16. Ooh, that is a zippy Stargate. That's the power of the gas first. No scout. Stalker going very far in here. Trigger wants the kill, but you can see that... Oh, that ping definitely making it a little difficult for him to micro. Void Ray first. Wow, would not have expected that. Especially with a Stalker first. Interesting. See what Reynor elects to go for here. And surely it'll be Void Ray into other air units. right? He's not just going to make a Void Ray and call it a day on that Stargate. The thing is, the Void Ray doesn't really have as much potential to get damage done on the other side of the map. Not really. This Overlord, by the way, has taken the sneakiest path, and I don't know that Trigger knows where it is. He might think that it was sent back home. Things on the other side of the map. Ooh, one of them does get behind this Adept, so it's 3 Lings hitting it. No, it was only 2 Lings hitting it once. Only 1 from each side initially. The Lings do go down there. Trigger is going to go for the Robo Bay. The Robo Facility. Double Robo. What? Now this is... Oh, man. This is not just cooking with gas. This is cooking with propane and propane accessories. This is something else. This is wild. Reynor, if he gets the scout on this... Oh, that would be so good to know about. Void Ray is going to recall. He recalls the Void Ray to save a little bit of time. And that might make the difference between him denying the scout. I think he maybe would have denied it anyways. The thing is, that's gotta tell you as Reynor that something weird is going on. No one would ever recall a Void Ray to deny a scout if there wasn't something weird. I think this is just going to be very heavy Immortal play, by the way. Just Immortal Charge Lot Archon, very similar to how Mana likes to play. Different, because Mana does a very fast Archon drop with this. I like to call it the modified Christianer. I would even go so far as to say the improved Christianer. Wait, is it Double Forge? It is Double Forge. Oh my god, this is insane. Was that second Forge on purpose is my question. Because he did build it at the same time as this Twilight Council. He's going for it, okay. This is so good against a Double Robo. But not necessarily so good against Double Forge. It does reveal that a Robo Facility was made because, well, your Creep Tumors don't just die on their own. Your opponent obviously can't detect without an Oracle for Revelation or an Observer. Prismatic Alignment? Okay. He's not going to be able to get this, though. And he doesn't even put actual damage into the hatch. That's like, what, 50 damage? If that. Maybe 100? It was more than I expected. Almost 100. Reynor, though, droning up quite nicely. We'll see if he goes into double gas at the 3rd. I mean, best case scenario for Reynor, I think, is just mass Muta. We'll see. Because there is going to be the option for Archons out of Trigger. Trigger is not a player that plays Double Forge like this very often at all, so this might catch Reynor a little bit off guard. Trigger is powering his gateways now, but obviously they're quite a bit later than they... Well, I mean they're pretty fast, all things considered still. But they're later than they could have been, I should say. Even then, he still only got 6 gates. Reynor is going to be going for the 8 gas setup. Looks like it might just be Muta into Roach Ravager. Big push style. And, of course, Reynor's economy is going to be very nice off 78 drones. So he's going to be able to pump a lot of this Roach Ravager out. An Archon and an Immortal. What a weird little drop. Trigger, the first he's going to see of these Mutas is going to be as they kill 10, 15 probes in his natural, which is never a good time to see those Mutas for the first time. Prism already taking a little bit of damage on the shields. Void Ray showing up as well, but it's... I mean, yeah, this is so bad right now for Trigger. Reynor targeting down probes through the setup of his opponent. It is going to be double Archon here, but the Prism will get sniped. And Reynor says, okay, now I can just ignore this. Goes after the Void Ray as well. This is a very nice little start for Reynor with these Mutas. 11 probes. He's also pushing forward at the front. Finds an Immortal. No Prism means no pickup micro. There are no units on the field for Trigger, basically. And Reynor is just going to blast right through with his Rogue Ravager. Just not even a chance, it seemed like. Damn. Well done by Reynor. Yeah, I spent all this time talking about the build-up, the build order, and Reynor just stepped into him and killed him. I mean, without oracles, you're not going to be able to see attacks coming very easily. You're not going to be able to scout for Spire. You're not going to be able to drop stasis traps. Yeah, it just... You lose out on so much. Yeah, exactly. Day 9 says it best sometimes. Just go kill him. Rare muta dub. Also looks much younger. Bum, bum, bum. All right, game numero dos. I do feel bad for Trigger, for sure, with the ping. The one good thing, though, is that if it does end up being... If Reynor ends up winning this one, it will go back to KR for all of the remaining matches. Already, I'm surprised. We're already into, like, match 3. Trigger's internet is rigged? Or is it fake? Is this internet fake? All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right for Basilisk, it is Trigger in the red. And his opponent, the only man to truly make Cyril look mortal at this EWC, it is Reynor for Basilisk as well. And he's going to go for a 14 hatch. Wait, he's not sending a drone across the map, is he? No. Oh, no, he's going for a 14 pool. Oh, Reynor, what we got cooking? What we got cooking? I've noticed, and I've been doing this a little bit myself recently, since the revelation that Extractor Trick 15 Overlord is a better build than just, you know, 16 hatch straight up. We have been seeing players starting to do this kind of thing more and more. And Reynor gonna put a little bit of mustard on it here. This is on West server, so this is Trigger's ping advantage technically. Gonna be a very aggressive play out of Reynor. He's gonna be pumping out. Ooh. Okay, here comes the reveal of the drone. Oh, Trigger's not gonna be in time to block this. Reynor will get the hatch down. Doesn't put it in the wall. This is obviously a much better eco than a 12 pool. Goes without saying, it's a 14 pool. But it is still going to be something that Trigger will have to defend very cleanly. And that is not going to be easy to do. Trigger, I've always found his response to building blocks to be very strange. He does have a second pylon in time to build a second zealot, which is good. 3 probes is so middle of the road. The thing is, with Trigger not scouting right away, it's a little strange. Oh, and the Lings do get in. He could run by into the main. Gonna wait for more Lings. Reynor is still pumping out. He does get a wraparound on this Zealot. Second Zealot not out in time to save this. Reynor, oh, that's a wraparound on the Zealot as well. He's gonna get a probe too. This Zealot will not escape. Oh, this is so bad. If he kills the pylon, this might be GG. Can he adapt to get out? It's gonna be close. He's got 3 Adepts queued up. He is going to lose this pylon. Oh, no. Trigger is going to lose the probe as well. This pylon dies. No cancel. Reynor needs to bring these Lings around to the other side. This might just be game over. There will be a repower, and 1 Adept will get out. But can he get another one out? I don't think so. If he loses this Adept, it is game over. Oh, no. It's surrounded, and it will go down. Reynor is going to take a 3-minute victory in game number 2. Oh, that is brutal for Trigger. Absolutely brutal right there. Reynor. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no, if the ping is high, that's a great time to go for a cheese like that. And yeah, that's just really tough for Trigger. Really tough for Trigger. Good move from Reynor. All of a sudden, Reynor's up 2-0, and we are going into Ultra Love. Reynor just 1 map away from punching his tickets into the top 8. The playoffs. Playoffs are double limb, by the way. And top 4 will be played offline, which is going to be freaking sweet. Yeah, offline finals is going to be end of September. September 27th. Looks like all one day. I didn't realize it was all one day. Is the rest of the group stage best of 5, by the way? Yes, winners, losers, and decider match are best of 5. Okay, good to know. Yeah. So it's not exactly GSL style. Well, actually, it is GSL style. It's not... it's not the exact where it's all best of 3s. All right. Welcome, for sure. Parmesan. Welcome. Nice username. I do love a good Parmesan cheese. A cheeky cheddar. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right. Punishing his teammates and opponents' greed. It is Basilisk Reynor in the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left. It is Basilisk Trigger in the red. Oh, man. If, damn. That would be so unfortunate if he 2-0s Classic and then... Well, okay, we're early days. We're early days. Technically, this series isn't even over, you know? Trigger is going to Gateway Scout this time. No block coming in. Bop, 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 bop. Bop-a-dip-bop-a-dop. Yeah, Reynor just kind of didn't let Trigger play his game there. Just executed a really sharp timing with the Roach Ravager after the Mutaplay in game 1, and then obviously game 2. Not much you have to say about that. The hatch block plus 14 pool, I mean, it completely bamboozled Trigger. He didn't pull enough probes to protect his first Zealot. He wasn't able to save it. I mean... Then the second Zealot got surrounded as well. And then the Adept getting surrounded, that's the death sentence. Like, the first 2 is already really bad, and it's going to make the defense very, very difficult. But with an Adept out, you can theoretically possibly still micro your way through it. But once that goes down and the Gateway's basically guaranteed to get depowered before another Adept can pop, yeah, it's game over. Even without the hatch in his natural, I think it would have been game over there. I've heard of Extra Emily. I've never actually seen any of her streams. Got an Extra Emily fan in the chat. Welcome. I always think of StarCraft 2 Twitch as a little bit kind of like separated from the rest of Twitch. I think that's true of like most of the older games. There's like definitely a less interaction. Ooh. Yeah, Trigger kind of juking back and forth here. Reynor's just like, well, I'm already taking the hatch on the other side. I don't really care too much. I think Trigger was trying to bait Reynor into keeping the Lings out, and Reynor was just like, nah, I know when the Adept arrives. I'm not some silly Zerg caster you can bait into this. I'm an actual pro player. I don't know why he turned into whatever that accent was, but that is not a Reynor accent at all. Trigger is going to look for a little bit of damage here, potentially with the first two Adepts, and will be able to find I think that's his first drone kill of the series so far. And it's still going to be a relatively decent cleanup here for Reynor. One Adept goes down. The other one actually shades out with a lot of HP still. 3 Lings, a drone. Forced a very small mineral line pull. Yeah, that's actually not bad for Trigger at all. Ooh, Reynor going to be building a lot of Lings. This is very uncommon. Very uncommon. If SHIN versus Trigger happens at some point, by the way, that will be a rematch of their EWC match where SHIN was absolutely inside of the head of Trigger. Like, he was doing stuff like this, which is moving out as the Oracle moves in. But it was more like he was hitting with the Lings at those timings. Just very nice little counterattack timings. Now, this is a much bigger attack, and this wants to cancel this third base. And in fact, I think it must, and it will. This Oracle is nowhere close to being in position. Oh, this is such a nice little play here from Reynor. And now these Lings have, I would say, more than paid for themselves already. Anything they get from this point on is gravy, and they are going to potentially get a lot. Kill the Pylon, kill the Adept. Reynor's already caught up in the workers after this. Trigger's still not building an additional setup. Oh, he gets the cancel and 2 additional probes. Oh, man, this is... Well, Trigger's kind of all in, actually, with this Blink Stalker setup. I know it's crazy to say that, but... yeah, Trigger basically needs to win with these Blink Stalkers, and the only way that's going to happen is if Reynor doesn't recognize what's going on, which is possible. Reynor did add on a few more Lings and is going to counterattack once again. Trigger is just playing single Oracle. I mean, it unlocks your blink timing quite quick, but it has left him extremely exposed. Reynor will go for the run-by once again. These Stalkers, they are going to get jumped here before Blink completes. They're in a decent position, but I think Reynor is going to be able to kill at least a couple of them. Shield Battery will complete and saves 3 of the 4. Okay. Oh, an attempt to wall these in with the Stalkers. That was very cute out of Trigger. If he could have fully caught those Lings, that would have been a really, really nice move. And as it is, that was still... that was kind of expensive for Reynor. But I still very much like his position in this game. Roach speed on the way, +1 missile, going to time out quite nicely. The roach speed might just end up being like 5 seconds late comparatively, but Trigger will have a decent bit of time where he's going to be able to be a bully with this Blink Stalker play. Once again, though, he needs to like win the game with this, and with the ping he's got, I mean, it's going to be so difficult to micro the Blink Stalkers the way he'll need to. I think he is going to get a cancel on this base. It's hard to say, actually. I'm not used to one single Oracle going after this. It's actually lowering the HP very slowly relative to the damage. It's going to put a lot of damage into this, but that Oracle will run out of juice very soon. It's already down to just 25 energy. Yeah, this is not going to be enough to deny this hatch, and Trigger realizes it kind of after he'd already drained a lot of energy. Trigger has gotten up to 65 probes, and he is going to build a Templar Archive, so he's going to play at least a bit of macro out of this. Which speed going to end up being, yeah, about, well, maybe, did I say, I said 5 seconds. Oh, 6 seconds off. Wow. Look at that. I can read numbers. Good on you, me. Trigger is going into Storm. I do like this little Link counterattack with the Warp in. Ooh, nice little move from Trigger. Catches Reynor. Trying to play a little bit greedy here. Stalkers on the other side of the map will be able to deal with this Ling run by. And they're actually going to go for a trap here. Trigger can't really blink away across this chasm because there's Lings waiting there. And this is looking super, super good for Reynor. I would say wait to engage until the Ling, until the Stalkers blink. They will blink past. Good job right there from Trigger, but he's still going to lose quite a few Stalkers. An excellent maneuver from Reynor. Going to catch a fair number of these. We have a Lurker Den behind this. Started up. Oracle will be able to find some of the Ravagers. Target them down. No, he's not doing that. It's because of the Lings in his main, the Lings in his natural. Sometimes it just takes a little to get a lot done. Oh, there we go. Now Trigger is actually able to target down those weakened Ravagers, and he kills like 3 of them. Yeah, that's pretty nice. But look at the economy. The income right now as Trigger has lost a lot of mining time. Reynor did get this base up and running just now. And he's got another Ling drop getting set up. Oh, man. Just single Ling drops during stuff like this, when you have to focus all your attention to Blink Micro, are so, so good. Trigger, though, will find this. Even without a shield battery in the main, this would be enough. If he, like, blinks back into the mineral line. Reynor is adding on the Infestation Pit. Trigger is just now getting a 4th base. Reynor is so far ahead in this game. I mean, it's just, there's a massive tech disparity at this point. And Trigger cannot really afford the Tempests he is going to need in order to deal with Hive Tech Lurkers. And we can't even talk about Immortals because there's not even a Robo facility on the map. So Trigger's only option is basically, okay, well, he's going to build a Robo now. The thing is, I don't even know if Trigger... Okay, well, now he knows about the Lurkers. He needs a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon, but I don't think that's a real option. He will revelate these Lurkers. Oh, Trigger. Okay, Reynor is not going to spring the trap on his opponent just yet. Trigger does see some roaches. I don't think he realizes the extent of the trap he's walking into. He's going to find a couple of roaches, and he's going to find himself fully surrounded. Very nice maneuver from Reynor. Trigger will try and blink out of it, but the Lings are getting some very good surface area. The Stalkers managed to wiggle their way out. Some decent storms on the way out as well. Good crisis management, but I don't think crisis management alone is going to be enough here. Zealot counterattack, though. That will kill the 5th base. That is a lot of army supply on the other side of the map. Lurkers are going to burrow up. They don't have range or fast burrow, but range will start up here. Still, I like the way Trigger is playing this, very much so. He knows that if the Lurkers burrow up on his side of the map, he's probably dead. So he is forcing the fight to take place away from his base. Very nice handling of the situation by Trigger. Reynor, though, still in an amazing spot at this point. Oh, Oracle was killed during all this, by the way, so there's no revelation. It's up to the observers. And there is an observer with the army. Trigger, oh, he cannot afford to lose his 4th base. He's going to go for the recall with just a small number of units. It's a fake recall, and it won't achieve anything because Reynor still has enough to kill this, especially with the Lurkers here. That Lurker does burrow up before the Immortal can kill it. Ooh, nice little Archon morph that saves the 2 High Templar, but he's still not going to be able to storm, which is what he needed. High Templar getting caught on the way back as well. They can't keep up with the rest of the army. They drop a good storm, but it is still going to be Reynor powering through here. Trigger just doesn't have enough. He makes some very nice maneuvers in Game 3 of this series. But Reynor made some absolutely brilliant stuff. The flank here was the stuff of Zerg dreams. And Trigger, I mean, Yeah, this is done and dusted. He's going to take one last fight, but Reynor will punch his ticket to the next round. Ling's going to wrap around on a lot of the army. Trigger dropping another decent little storm, but it's just not enough. And the Lurker's now burrowing up in the natural of his opponent. Reynor with a decisive statement in this Group A, going 2-0, 3-0, and never really looking, I would say, at no point in any of the games that he played today did he look even a little bit behind. Like not even remotely. Today, at the very least, he was just on another level. Now, he didn't get to play Classic, but I think he is more than okay with that. I think he's more than okay with that. I don't want to speak for the man himself, but that was very nice out of Reynor. All right, next up is going to be SHIN versus Classic. That is going to be the losers match, which SHIN doesn't surprise me too much, but Classic in the losers match, I think that's something that a lot of people would have been surprised with. Or sorry, did I say SHIN in the losers? Yeah, Classic in the losers match is something a lot of people wouldn't have expected. Oh. Trigger beat Classic, he did. Any upper bracket match. Okay. We are going to put, like, I don't know, 8 minutes on the timer, I guess? 5? I don't know. It's a bit of a crapshoot. It's all good. Yeah, stick. Or, well, we'll see you in a little bit. Hello, hello. We are back. And it looks like the players are just about ready. Just about ready. It is going to be Gressvon to start things off. Actually, I've got the whole map list here. Gressvon for number 1. Pylon for number 2. Ultra Love, number 3. Incorporeal, number 4. And Tokamak, number 5, if we need the last 2. Classic vetoing Sandworm right away. And Golden Wall. Ugh. No fun for any of us. Hey, thank you very much, 6pool, for the win for the Tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Massively appreciated. Massively appreciated. Hey, thank you. I absolutely will keep it up. Absolutely will. Oh. Is it true that going to the gym will give you dates? I would say that it definitely wouldn't hurt. No, this is best of 5. Did I put best of 3? I did not. No, I put best of 5. It's best of 5 for everything after the first game. SHIN is red, correct? Yes. Yes, he is. All right. Let's get into it here. Gressvon. It has been a hot minute. Classic, of course, one of the best late game players in the business. SHIN, one of the best mid game players in the business. He is not going to want this to go long. Yeah, know that. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left. It is Classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. In the red. Tractor Trick 15 Overlord. Classic. Not going to be going for a very early hatch block here. Probe would have to go, well, would have had to have gone a little while ago. Respawn, it's, once again, it's been a while since we've seen this map. This is one of the 3 maps that was voted into the pool. I can't remember offhand which 2 maps this one beat out, but for each of the 3 maps that was in the pool, Ley Lines, Last Fantasy, and another, what is the third? I think it was Torches. Yeah. We're all given the opportunity to still be put in the pool, but all of them got voted out and replaced with one new map, Sandworm, that we haven't seen much of, but I've been enjoying quite a bit the few maps we have gotten on it. And what was the other 2 maps? It was Golden Wall and Gressvon. So 2 older maps. I would say Gressvon and Golden Wall, both well known for some pretty incredible, epic games. I was actually talking to my fiance about this yesterday, and how a lot of guys, tend to be intimidated when women are as tall or taller than them. Not all, but I was like, huh, fair enough. I'm not a super tall guy, but I'm like 5'10", 5'10 and a half. I only have, I didn't get all the height genes from my Dutch half. I needed more of the height genes, you know? SHIN is going to open up 2 lings here. And, oh, okay, he does add a couple more. He actually fakes the drone. I mean, you're always going to want to take this pocket-based Classic. Not going to juke back to the left. Try and block this. Good kind of movement with the lings from SHIN. And I like the way he kind of kept the drone hidden. Creep Tumor will complete just in time. Gressvon is a bit of a longer map, but there is always the opportunity for a Queen Walk pocket third to pocket third. Now, I don't think that's likely. I think there's a possibility. Classic going to shade out of the main. Shin with some nice Ling micro here. And no losses on either side. All right. Good job here from Shin. Ooh, keeping the shields from healing up on this Adept is very nice for Shin. He will be able to drop the Creep Tumor if he's so inclined. Classic. Not going to shade forward. This was kind of greedy from Shin. He initially only made the 4 Lings and only added 1 extra set. This is actually quite greedy from Shin. If Classic had either A, decided to shade forward, or B, found an opportunity to shade forward, Shin could have very easily been on the wrong end of losing quite a few drones here, but it is going to be Classic just coming in with the first Oracle. Gets 2 drones. Good stutter step on the Queen to find a little bit of extra damage on that Oracle, but overall, not bad for either player. Classic, of course, keeping those 2 Adepts alive is pretty darn important. Shin will not be happy, though, with the fact that he lost. Oh, hold that thought. Ooh, another 2 drones do go down. Oh, and he gets a third. Very cheeky little move from Classic, poking back in. Takes a lot of damage on the Oracle, but that's one of those situations where I'm actually not sure if it's worth it to get the extra drone, because he does take a fair bit of hull damage there. I was talking about the Queen Walk. I think we're going to see it. Yeah, this looks definitely to me like Shin wants to go for a big Roach Ravager Queen Walk. Classic will be able to find these 2 frontline Creep Tumors. Good job targeting the higher HP one. It was closer to finishing. Shin does fire up 3 additional drones, but as you can see, he's transferred drones away from this main. This definitely feels like he really wants to go for it, but Classic is doing an excellent job of killing these Creep Tumors. And that is going to limit the Queens from getting across the map. We don't have a Spore at the 3rd just yet. Oh, Shin accidentally attacking his own Queen there. A little oopsie poopsie. Blink very far along already. Oh, man, the snipes on the Creep Tumors have been fantastic out of Classic. And we will see Shin going for it. Does he pull all the Queens? He's going to keep 3 of them at home. Okay. Classic did go for just 2 Oracles. So in this case, oh, no, it is going to be all the Queens pulled. Okay. Okay. Nope, just the one at the 3rd. It's going to be a 5-Queen walk with this, which is more than enough to deal with these Oracles. A couple of Adepts do get jumped. Nice start for Shin. But the Oracle's finding a lot of value. Oh, wow, that's quite a few Ling kills. Ravager Morph is going to be canceled and remorphed here. There's 6 gates done for Classic. Just now, the 6th one turning into that Warp Gate. Shield batteries, Cannon starting up at this base. Cannon in a good position. A nice wraparound on the Adepts, though. Classic is very far behind an army supply, and his Blink Stalker count is not super high just yet. This looks like Shin might be able to get it done. I talked about this at the beginning of the game. So many probes going down. Classic going to have to blink up to the high ground, but he actually doesn't on the left side here. Can the Oracles keep these Stalkers alive for the moment? Yes. I would say for the Oracle. One of them did die. We do see a blink back into the mineral line. Shin is adding a layer, but he's continuing to pump units. Classic is looking kind of nice here to hold this base potentially. Shin has actually just run out of units. Okay, and he will tap out. Wow. Classic, after losing all the probes, he just kind of never really lost any of his units. Excellent SimCity. Just a very slow but like gradual giving up of ground. Well done right there by Classic. And I mean, that might seem like a bit of a weird GG timing, but it's really not. Layer wasn't done. He killed 18 probes, but the worker count was even. And Shin had not cracked the base. I think with better bile usage, i.e. taking down more of the cannons, more of the batteries quicker, would have been a very different story. But it is also important to note that the shield batteries are a lot tankier than they used to be. 400 HP, 200 HP, 200 shields. So it takes a few more biles to kill them than it used to. Well, 2 more, to be specific. Very well done by Classic. I mean, going up to those 6 gates makes you a lot safer. And of course, not building that 3rd Oracle means that the blink is quite a bit faster as well. And even with that coming maybe a little bit unexpectedly, still a very comfy looking defense for Classic, and he just finds himself up 1-0 now. Well done. Up, up, up. All right, here we go. Game numero dos. Spawning up in the top left. It is Classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is Webby Gaming's SHIN. In the red. To be fair, I've never thought of SHIN as the... He was never the best at that kind of push. I always felt Dark was one of the best players at that kind of push. Because it hit at similar timings most of the time, but there was different drone counts you could do it at. Remember when 1 battery was enough to hold this? Honestly, I think the defense might actually be stronger against it now than it used to be, because the batteries have more HP, which means they survive more biles. So you snipe a couple Ravagers, you can't... Like, SHIN made 7 Ravagers, which is what you need to instantly bile down a shield battery. Whereas before, it used to be just 5. So there's that, and then there's the fact that if you battery overcharged the wrong battery before, and it got corrosive bile down, that was like the majority of your defensive power gone. Yeah. Solar has been really good at these queen pushes. Solar was quite good at the, Queen Walk Roach Ravager. I do think the best player at it, though, was Dark. I think for like the German taxis, I would say it was probably Reynor. Reynor had the cleanest execution, and I do think that people didn't recognize the difference in difficulty for the most part between a Queen Walk and a Roach Ravager Ling Queen Drop. It's actually a lot more difficult to... It's a lot more difficult to execute it with the... maybe not a lot more. A little bit more difficult to execute it once you add in the Dropper Lords, and, you know, sometimes it's spreading creep and all that jazz. It also is quite dependent. Dark would do stuff like he would just pull all his queens. Like every single one of them. We didn't see that from SHIN there. Obviously, a big reason why that, isn't as strong as it used to be. And that's the elephant in the room. But it was a long time ago, and we still saw Dark succeeding with it before battery overcharge was changed to energy recharge. The big reason that push stopped being as dominant as it was is because you can't transfuse off creep no more. Can't transfuse off creep no mo. I wonder how strong it would be, actually, with the queens being more expensive than they used to be, with shield batteries being tankier, with battery or energy recharge being a much more effective tool in terms of dropping stasis traps and the like. I wonder if that would still be relatively easy to hold. By relative, sorry, I shouldn't even say relatively easy. It's a difficult hold regardless. Oh. One drone does get sniped by the first Oracle. Classic. This time was not kind of, didn't really posture with his first 2 Adepts. I do love this positioning on the Adepts. Really mitigates the surface area that Lings can get on them. Will be a good scout on the Twilight Council.
Queen. Show me those skills.
I forgot some of the Korean players use Diva. That's so funny. Oh, Classic. Oh, no. He was playing with fire with that Oracle, and he gets burned. Shin says, don't put your hand on the stove. I'll kill that Oracle. I think a lot of what made that push defense good for Classic was that he killed quite a few lings with the Oracles right out the gate. And he did a pretty good job of thinning that out. Fight gets triggered by Shin always using Diva. Yeah, I could see that. It's going to be another super fast blink out of Classic. Oh, Oracle turns on its Pulsar Beam. Will be able to snipe down the Creep Tumor. Barely gets out without taking any hull damage, which is obviously quite nice. Revelation will be available in a moment. Doing a really good job of nipping back his opponent's creep. Quite nice. I did theorize when this patch first dropped that Protoss players would start focusing a lot more on denying creep spread to, you know, make mid-game timing pushes a lot less effective and also make Blink Stalker pushes a lot more effective for the Protoss. And by mid-game timing pushes, I mean from the Zerg, of course. Once again, we're going to see a 6-gate Blink Stalker play. 6 gates plus 1. Obviously, the +1 is quite late, but this blink is very quick. Gonna be done in about 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Couple drones do get picked off by... Oh, yep, it's double deft. Double Hydra Den. Oh, he wants both upgrades at once. Very cute move from Shin, but he's gonna have to cancel this base. He's very late to go for the cancel. With only one Oracle that's got almost no juice, this is gonna be a lot of damage on these Stalkers. Oracle will run dry. Shin. Oh, an attempted juke from Classic, but Shin was instantly able to start attack moving again, and he did get a kill on some of these. Classic, though, will wiggle his way out and will get away. Oh, he's... that's a little bit of an oopsie. He started Grooved Spines first, despite the fact that it is the faster upgrade. It's a 10-second difference on when he started these, so it's actually quite awkward. This is something TLO used to do, by the way. Mr. Creative. I was talking about that creep spread, by the way. With no creep spread on this fourth, Shin has just been unable to keep it alive in a cancel rebuild. Classic punishes it by immediately retargeting the hatch, and he gets the kill on it. Oh, and now Shin has put a creep tumor on his hatch location. Well, that's awkward. He's going to have to kill that. That actually means that the creep spread won't expand to the right side anymore. Classic doing a great job with these Blinky boys. Obviously, running out of Oracle energy with the first one was not part of the plan. Oh, it's going to be a flank coming through. Classic will recall. He's going to lose the Oracle. Only loses one Stalker, though. Shin is going for it. Storm is about to complete. Can Shin target it down? The High Templar gets sniped with 1 second left on Storm. There are 2 more High Templar ready to go after the first Storm, but they don't actually have the juice. Only 1 Storm able to come through. Classic getting hit moments before he was ready. Probes will pull the tank to Lings, but so many of them gonna die super fast. Shin hitting his timing as sharply as you possibly can. This High Templar in the back will have Storm in 1 energy, but most of the Stalkers have already died. Shin is going to keep going here, killing one of these Stalkers as it warps in. Oh, nice little blink back to the shield battery. Will keep that 1 Stalker alive. Classic barely holding on. Does have energy recharge once again. Losing that first High Templar was brutal for him. That had double Storm in about 2 or 3 seconds when it was killed. He literally just needed the Storm upgrade. Classic, by the way, is on 4 bases. Oh my god, he's already rebuilt probes. He's already way ahead in workers again. Shin somehow has +1 missile with this attack. Really sharp timing from Shin. We always forget how good the mechanics of somebody like Shin are, because he's not necessarily as flashy, but his mid-game timings are so strong. Nice Storm onto these Hydras, but they do just run through it. Second Storm will get some more damage done. Classic doesn't have the units yet to hold this base. Oh, that 1 High Templar is trying to wiggle its way through. Will get healed up by the shield battery. Drops kills 2 Stalkers, or 2 Hydras, but not the most effective Storm. This one pylon, if it gets targeted down, that means no more Warpins at this base. Storm not quite there on this one High Templar. He's kind of trying to bait his opponent in, but he's gonna... Oh! Energy recharge saves the High Templar. Won't actually save it for much longer, though, and SHIN will be able to muscle through this. Classic, if he'd given up this base, might have been able to survive and be okay. He didn't want to, and SHIN was able to get him with the follow-through. Well done by SHIN. SHIN he boom. Well done. This is hell for Zerg. What do you think, Reynor? He should have given up the 4th, yeah? Bum, bum. Yeah, that would have been very awkward. Classic had some really nice Blink Stalker control to start things off, but some great flanks from SHIN. Catching him really hard. It is kind of cool to see, though, that initial skirmish around the 3rd base, or sorry, 4th base, I should say, of SHIN. Very reminiscent of almost ZVT a little bit, just because of the way that the creep spread kind of dictated whether he could take the fight. Just a neat concept, in my opinion. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left. It is Classic for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning up in the top right for Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Putting one on the board. Look at that. He's got the dark portrait. That is dark, right? He looks so young. Damn. That's definitely pre-Papa dark. That's pre-Dad dark. That's dark MC Thuggins. Right there. I could see Dark having a successful rap career. God, I gotta be one of the weirdest casters out there. Every other caster, yes, selected to go for a 16 hatch here. This is one. Me. I think Dark's rap career would have really taken off in the mid-90s. He has what the kids call aura. He actually does, though, for real. Dead fiance did not like my usage of aura right there. She said you're 35 in a way that could only be described as disappointed. She right, though. Somehow 500 people listening to Weirdest Caster Ever. It's true. It's true. Classic doing a little bit of nuisance mineral harass. It's weird that I don't see this as much as I used to. And I just in general feel like Protoss players don't do this as much as they used to. SHIN did go for the modified Clash opener. Late Overlord. Huh. And it means he's going to be just floating a little bit of larva. A bit of lava. We do see a creep tumor first at the front from SHIN. We'll go for... Was that a 34 supply hatch? It was. That is quite late. Not like the biggest of deals, per se. Just kind of weird. A little bit late on his Overlord, too. Just a little bit different with some of the timings. The reason that matters is mostly if you get larva capped. Mostly it's a problem if you get larva capped. I.e. you get 3 larvae on a base, or an inject finishes, and it's not naturally generating larvae. Obviously, you want the drones starting as early as possible so that they can mine right away. But 5 seconds later is not the worst thing in the world. Now, losing out on larva production because of that hurts a little bit more. There are little optimizations everywhere, though. Ooh, this Oracle is going to get in before the Spore is done in the natural once again. The third queen pops out. Classic wisely does not go for a second drone. That would have been problems if he had. I don't think he would have necessarily lost the Oracle, but it would have been kind of close. 70 HP disappears a lot, or disappears quickly when there's 3 queens shooting you. Oh, that is a lot of lings here that have all been spotted. Right? Tell me he spotted those. Did he not spot the front ones? Oh, he might have thought this was way less lings than it was. If he knew how many this was, he would not have spent these across the map, I don't think. This might very well be a cancel. Classic, I thought he did see every single one of these, but he clearly didn't. He thought this must have been just what Shin does a lot of the time, which is like 14 lings across the map, but it was a lot more than that. This was 30 lings. Classic will warp in quite a few adepts. Shin is actually going to have to build more lings now because he kind of poked in a little bit further, building, oh wow, 10 more lings. Classic. Yeah, that's not the spot to jump it. It looks appealing because the adepts are kind of separated off. I would love to see Classic just not go far with these. Let's get kind of baited into turning on his pulsar beam. Classic. I'm going to say, if he goes for the attack now, that wouldn't necessarily have been the worst, but there were lings in position, and you need to shade into a good position to make it kind of a good choice, I think. Classic is way down in supply.
So much
I guess
for your
that's
big spread.
Shin going for a lot of roaches early. Did Shin see the Templar archives, the speed at which it was made here? He did see it. I don't know if he clicked it. You can ping this through the fog of war. What did he just cancel? I'm not sure. Well, I mean, it was an Evo chamber probably, but I'm not sure why he did. Oh, he canceled his third Nexus. This is really funny to see. 0 units lost and 100 resources lost. Wow, that's kind of sick from Classic, not gonna lie. Shin adding on +1 missile and roach speed. I mean, anytime you're going up against Shin, you have to assume some kind of mid-game timing is on the menu. One way or another, whether it's Hydra Ling Bane, Hydra Ling, Roach Ravager Ling. The options are limited. They're limited. There's actually not that many things you can do, but there's a lot of different things you can do. And the responses are, well, not actually necessarily that different. Most of it comes down to just recognizing what's going on. We do see Classic building a lot of static defenses at this base, and it is going to be an infestation pit. Shin may very well go for the hive right now. He does start working away at some of the rocks on the map, which is going to make dealing with Blink Stalker attacks quite a bit easier, and also dealing with High Templar actually quite a bit easier too. Just a generally good thing to do. Unless you're going straight up to lurkers, in which case, well, then it's kind of beneficial to have those rocks up sometimes. Like, I think these rocks are good to have up if you're using defensive lurkers right here. It's going to be Swarm Host. Okay. Okay. We haven't seen Swarm Hosts very often at all. But this is something that can absolutely catch an opponent off guard. Behind it is going to be a transition in towards lurkers eventually. But SHIN is going to want to find a lot of value with these swarm horses. No Nida Swarm, which is quite interesting. But, oh, we're going to see an attack coming in. Storms are quite good. That's a great stasis trap. High Templar will get jumped a little bit here. That seemed like it was pretty decent for Classic. Well, he did lose 2 High Templar, but he killed a lot of Lings. Gonna kill more, too. Classic just checking forward. Oh, wow, those died so fast. Checking forward to see if SHIN was re-engaging with his roaches. Here come the swarm hosts from the back. Storm on the Locusts. He actually double storms them. Not bad. He blinks towards the left side to kill off the roaches on their own that were low on HP and kind of isolated. SHIN will disengage, but not a bad defense from Classic at all so far. A little awkward as he blinks forward across the rocks, but these stalkers are not going to get punished. SHIN, of course, is transitioning in towards the Hive. Classic building a lot of static defenses, getting a second Stargate. He thinks it's Mutas. He definitely thinks this is Mutas. Otherwise, it'd be a fleet beacon, too. And I mean, SHIN is a Muta man often. Does he think he's Mutas? Maybe he just didn't build a fleet beacon by accident. The thing is, if he thought it was Mutas, he'd probably want a fleet beacon anyways, too. I think he just forgot that very important building. A couple of stalkers do get taken down, I should say, on the warpin. Classic so far has not taken massive damage anywhere. But SHIN is getting in towards the Hive upgrades for the lurkers. He's continued his air upgrades. Okay, he did just forget the fleet beacon. Yeah, I mean, kind of goes without saying, but realistically, it's not the longest building. We do see a blink forward coming in from Classic. He's going to be able to take down a couple lurkers as they morph in. Nice interceptions, though, from SHIN, getting 1 kill on the High Templar. The other 2 do get saved by this initially. However, they get taken down by the flanking Locusts. Very nice engagement from SHIN. Oh, fantastic engagement. The stasis ward that protected the High Templar at first was kind of the only thing that kept that from being a disaster. And I would actually argue that was still a disaster for Classic. Very good fight for SHIN. I'd love to know what these are, but 2 of them died. Maybe morphing lurkers? Yeah, I think so. I think it bugged it because it's they're morphing. But now the lurkers have range. They have +2 missile. No adaptive talons. Classic, he needs to go into Tempests like now. Like now. Ooh, these stalkers are going to find these swarm hosts, but we're at the stage in the game where it's actually not the worst thing in the world for SHIN to lose them. He might want to trade, like get into different supply anyways. They do find some nice damage on the natural. Oh, even depowering this Robo. That's actually kind of big. SHIN without the adaptive talents, I mean, it's such a cheap upgrade. You always get it. This is an oopsie. Also not getting the Hydra Lunge. He is spending all of his resources on this attack. First 2 Tempests are now in production. They're so late compared to what they could have been. And that is going to cost Classic dearly. He will lose his 4th base. He is going to lose every probe. It seems like he doesn't have a recall here. Otherwise, they would have almost certainly gotten... No, he just didn't want to recall them. It's going to be a counterattack. He's saving the recall for this. But there are lurker at home. Second one pops out. This is looking like a defense for SHIN at home. Oh, the High Templar, they had Storm and they get targeted down. SHIN going to get a bunch of these stalkers as they were trying to recall out as well. And that looks to me like SHIN kind of has this game wrapped up. The lack of Hydra Lunge might make it difficult to jump on the Tempests, but Classic needs a bit of a miracle here to survive. That first stasis trap catching some Lings is nice. High Templar does drop a Storm. Second one quite good on top of these lurkers. Still no adaptive talent, so the lurkers are burrowing slowly, but they're getting into position nonetheless. And now they are astride the natural and 3rd bases. Even with 2 more Tempests showing up, I think SHIN is going to be able to get critical damage before this push gets cleaned up. I like that he is hard committing here. He's adding a Spire. He's getting that Hydra Lunge I was talking about. But I think he's done it. Classic just does not have the units to keep this base alive. He's lost way too many workers. He might have 1 counterattack. in the tank. But Shin can just back away. Oh, I love that he keeps these 3 lurkers burrowed at the bottom of the ramp, knowing that Classic is going to try and chase him down really, really hard. I mean, if we look at the army supplies, it's dead even. But that is because Shin is saving up money for Corruptors. Oh, cute little move burrowing on top of this base. It's not going to buy him much time in terms of denying this. There we go. There's the Adaptive Talons. This is looking magnificent for Shin right now. He's about to be on, well, he is on 5 bases. He's massively outmining his opponent. Only thing, yeah, maybe transfer the extra drones at his 4th base to his 5th. And there we go. Just now does so. Full marks, top marks. Classic is going to need he's going to need a really big miracle to make this happen. There's no oracles for Revelation. This is still scary to engage into, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of high Templar energy. This is still very scary, actually. Oh, Lurker's going in a little bit early. A lot of Immortals, so they can't get taken down quickly. Tempests will get slowly whittled down. Corruptor hitting the... couple of Corruptors hitting the Warpers on the back after the Warpin went through. Did Shin mess? No, he's fine. He's still got this. There's a lot of high Templar energy left. If there was like a big Zealot Warp in here, this would actually be really, really scary. And as it is a lot scarier than I expected. Drones are going to have to pull in. The Immortals are somehow still live. They will, one of them, get targeted down. Archon morphs in. Now, Shin still got enough, but it came way closer than I thought it was going to. And even now, if there was like 8 charge lots, I think he would actually still maybe just win it. Barely enough Hydras at home to defend. These are +3 Stalkers, Zealots. But man, oh man, this attack was so much scarier than I expected. I mean, a little bit of that is on me. I should know better by now, but like, wow. That was way scarier than it had any business being. Way scarier than it had any business being. Good job from Classic, but Shin just barely holds on by the shin of his teeth. Oh, so cringe. Boo. He is zonked out on the couch. She's like doing downward facing dog somehow. I don't even know how a cat is doing that, but she is. Shin finds himself up 2-1. Great stuff. I do have to say, yeah, I think this would have been a very different scenario if that fleet beacon was better timed. Because Classic, even though he loses the 4th, I think if he holds on 3 bases, he's actually still fine. And he could have with 6 Tempests, which were out basically by the time his 3rd base died. Yeah, like, he was basically a minute late on his Tempest transition. Maybe more, actually, because the fleet beacon was even later than it could have been. Yeah, that's a big mistake-y, honestly. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right for Virtus Pro. It is Classic in the blue. And this time he is sending out an early probe. His opponent spawning up the top left for Weibo Gaming. It is Shin in the red. Having the runner-up to EWC get knocked out in the group stage would be a pretty big upset, I would say. But not crazy, honestly. Not crazy at all. All right. Classic is going to he's going to mess with his opponent a little bit more here, and I think he should. I get a 5 biddies. I think that's 5 biddies, is it? I don't know how that works. Appreciate it, Iron Rain. Root for root. So the good news is, if the groups go as quick on Sunday as they're going today, there is a chance I might be able to cover all of Sunday's group before my softball playoff game. Although I don't necessarily want them to go super fast, you know? I mean, I want the games to just be fun, exciting, close, good series. I want to see stuff like what we saw there in game number 3. I don't want to see what happened between Reynor and Trigger in game number 2 of their series, where Reynor won at like 2 minutes and 58 seconds because Trigger was just struggling. Now, let's talk about what we're seeing here. This is a big speedling play out of SHIN. I think he wants to hit maybe before the second gateway gets popped down. No, I mean, you can't, right? Is he looking? He might be looking for that specific timing as the probe is trying to build the gateway. At any rate, there's no additional unit being built off the gateway. This is actually quite awkward for Classic. Oracle number 1 is about to pop out. Link speed will complete in a moment. SHIN. Wow, look at the probe micro from Classic. Didn't lose a single probe there. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? That's insane. That's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Good job from Classic. Tip of the cap there. It is going to be a very quick Twilight Council into fast glaives. This is a Star Glaives build, as I like to call it. And we do have the not fake, per se, but kind of fake second Oracle. The let me throw you off the scent second Oracle. Now, will SHIN recognize what is going on? Classic did go quickly into a third gate. Very interesting. It's very rare to see 3 gates with this anymore. Usually it's 4, but back in the day, there was a 3-gate non-glaved adept play you would do where you would pump out like 3 oracles, get 10 to 12 adepts without resonating glaives, and just go at a very early timing. This is like, we're talking like pretty early Legacy of the Void days. But it was a pretty sick build. Not gonna lie. Now, obviously, players got a lot better at dealing with it. Queen control, queen positioning, spore positioning. Yeah. The concept, though, was that the Lings were not able to deal with the Adepts with Oracles covering them. And then the Adepts could kind of just sit sometimes between mineral lines. Obviously, it wouldn't work super well in this base. But, yeah, between bases. Or, sorry, on this map, I should say. Between bases. Yeah. Would be a neat little play. Ooh, the Adepts are going to get barely blocked. Oh, but he can shade forward. He can target it down. He uses the Oracles to help. However, the Adepts, well, they do get wrapped around, but the Glaives is very good here. 1 queen will fall. No transfuse was available. Adepts going to shade into the main. The thing is, rallying forward Adepts. Only 3 at a time instead of 4. Drones will pull at the third base. Queen shelling these Adepts down. This is going to be a pretty decent cleanup from SHIN. Only loses 5 drones. It is a lot of lost mining time. A lot of dead Adepts. Or, sorry, a lot of dead Lings. And a dead Queen. Very weird little situation. Not a situation I'm super familiar with because Classic, it was a relatively very low committal into a single robo afterwards. Didn't start Blink right away, didn't start Charge right away. Forge is rather late. And SHIN was able to defend without Roaches. I think Classic is... I think the game's pretty even, actually. Ooh. If it ends up being a big sentry-based push, though, into Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra, then I actually really like it for SHIN, I think. And it looks like that's what it's going to be. Classic is cutting probes. Has not yet started his +1 attack. Warp Prism on the way. If SHIN builds nothing but Hydras here, oh man, that is so many sentries, though. I was thinking there was going to be a big Hydra count, but they won't have their speed. They'll barely have the range. They won't have +1 missile. Oh, SHIN just built 9 more drones. Oh, this looks super, super bad for SHIN then. Guess do you warp in nothing but adepts? The thing is, your stalkers won't have blink, your zealots won't have charge. This does get spotted now. The drones were already built. The +1 melee is going to be really good here. And this is what I was worried about. The sentries. God, he had to cast so many force fields. He didn't even keep the unit safe. Warp Prism is going to try and get targeted down. Can he save it? Oh, barely gets it out of dodge. 21 HP. Banelings will finish morphing in. I think SHIN can just pull back for a moment. Does not want to bump up against force fields. Those are pretty good force fields, though. Using the wall against his opponent. Keeping the Banelings and a couple of Hydras out of the fight. Classic. Does he have the units to get this done? Oracles in the backside are doing some good work. Beautiful pickup right there on that Immortal. 3 HP left. The Adept Warpin is going to be so good. Classic is going to make it happen. SHIN, if he doesn't build those 9 extra drones, I think it's probably a pretty straightforward hold. But with those extra drones being made, 9 extra drones, that could have been 18 more Lings, that could have been a few more Hydras. Not exactly sure how much money he had. But let's just say it's 18 more Lings. That might have made the difference. Classic, though, I will say those first force fields were not the best I've ever seen. But this is exciting because we do get our first ace match of the day. And starting out with 2 sweeps. Sorry, 3 sweeps? Yeah, 3 sweeps. A 2-0, a 2-0, a 3-0. Now going into a Game 5. Sign me up. Psychologically manipulated to perfection by Classic. I mean, I think I think it's not even the composition being bad out of SHIN. I think it's yeah, I think it's a matter of SHIN over droning. But it's hard to say because the force fields were so weird at the start. The tech isn't late, it's getting skipped. Yeah, no, the follow, exactly. He was caught off guard by the follow all in. Yeah, he did catch SHIN droning for sure. For sure. It was a very off timing. That is very true. It was, okay, I'll talk about it in a second. Spotting up at the top right for Weibo Gaming, it is SHIN in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is Classic. In the blue for Virtus Pro. It was... Yeah, he was definitely doing something similar to what we see sometimes after regular 4-gate Glaive Adepts, where you pump out a couple Immortals while taking a third base, and then you do a follow-up push with Immortal Adept. Now, in this case, it was very different because he had a much, much bigger eco off of a, well, much faster third base, much more normal follow-up, but it was the same concept where you put on early pressure and then you follow through with another, or put on early harass, and then you follow up with another very aggressive push. It was interesting. That was definitely something that you do not see every day, and we probably won't see again from Classic. Maybe ever. We might see something that looks like it again in future tournaments. This is why it's actually quite difficult, I would say, to be a caster in current year. Because if you don't watch every tournament, and you might not even... there might be matches that these two players play on the ladder that affects this kind of thing. And if you don't see it, if you don't know about it, you might not realize why a certain decision was made. But it is cool. It is cool. Yeah, if he'd seen the sentries, I don't think SHIN drones up like that. I wonder if it would have been better. I mean, it didn't come up, but I wonder if it would have been better for Classic to warp in the sentries at his natural. Because anytime your opponent builds more than, like... I mean, in CVP, even one sentry is kind of uncommon. But building more than, like, 3 sentries, 2 sentries even, it's almost guaranteed to be a push. With 8 sentries or 9 at the end, which is what he had. I didn't even get a chance to look at it. I wonder if he energy recharged one of his sentries for more force fields on the way out. That would have been really cool. Because in theory, you could get potentially 2 extra energy recharges if you warp in the sentry early enough. Which would be... I mean, one of the sentries would cap out on energy, but we'll just say, for the sake of argument, 4 extra force fields. And that could make all the difference. I actually want to point out, like, the wall, though. The force fields on the wall were actually really, really good. All right, we got to talk about this game number 5, because this is where we are now. I'm just thinking more about that previous game. It was a very cool build. SHIN going to go for 16. No. Oh. 22 lings here. He wants another cancel on his opponent's 3rd Nexus. He did this in game number 3 on Ultra Love. This one, he is doing 8 less lings, but the goal is the same. He is looking to cancel his opponent's 3rd Nexus. And Classic going to have Warp Gate done, but he is moving across the map with a small number of units. SHIN actually keeping a couple of his lings in for defense, so it's just the 14 on the other side of the map. Will this be enough to get the denial? He forces the lings into the oracles into the fight, and that means these lings will be able to get this denial. Classic actually canceled that a little bit, maybe prematurely. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, Stalker getting caught on the map. 4 lings with the full surround. That was kind of sick. That's very good for SHIN here. Classic's Nexus is so late now. And it is going to be Ling Bane. SHIN definitely rides the wave of, I don't want to build a Roach Warren, so I'm not gonna, real hard. Immediately throwing down the gases at this 3rd. That almost feels fake. It's so fast he built those. Like, he built those gases so fast. The cost of 1 gateway, which is not the worst thing in the world. On the other side of the map, we do see the Oracles finding a couple of drones. Not bad there. Spore Crawler was not super well positioned. It's a little bit far to the left. Classic trying for a snipe on an extra drone. Not able to get it, but most importantly, once again, keeping those Oracles alive. Oh, these Adepts. Oh, SHIN, I don't know about this. He does get the wraparound, but the Oracles will come back home. This feels like not a good fight for SHIN to take at all. Even kill a single Adept there, I don't think. Oh, 20 lings for a small probe pull that killed no probes. Yeah, that's very bad for SHIN. Really bad fight to take. 20 lings is, oh, that's 500 minerals. Great defense from Classic with the Pro Pull, but Shin should never be taking that fight. Maybe the fatigue of a long day of StarCraft. He played in RSL earlier today, and he has also now played, this is his, I guess this is his second series, but his 7th competitive game. That does take a toll. Oh, the Shin mutas. We're finally seeing the Shin mutas. It is Shin's time to take a very quick 4th base here. Shin adds on missile, or range, but has not added on speed for the Hydras. There we go. We will get it now. I mean, if you're going to make this many Hydras, I feel like you... it's only 6. Nope, 5 more in production. Classic taking another base here. Oh, that stasis trap does get some lings. It just missed the other ones. It's playing back from Classic there. Shin gonna go pretty far here. Storm is done. This feels like Classic, even with a very quick Storm and a very slow, low number of Blink Stalkers. It feels like he can, absolutely chase down a few of these units. This feels to me very telegraphed. Now, granted, I see the Spire, so there's that. But Classic already has a 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon about to complete. Now, that would be for the Tempest transition, but it also covers the Muta switch if it's a mass Muta switch. Shin. Oh, he did block his own half gold. A little bit awkward. Classic already about to be on his 7th and 8th gas as well. Shin, no 5th base just yet. Oh, it's going to be carriers. Okay. Now, this is not supposed to happen, to be fair. But there is a world where mutas in massive numbers can actually beat carriers. Shin, by the way, is holding money. He has not decided what his next tech is going to be. I think that's very cool. Ah, there we go. He builds 9 more mutas. I wonder what he saw to push him to this. Shin, though, Classic will go for the Phoenixes now. There is just one pylon powering this first Stargate. And Impulse Crystals is in production. We see a retreat coming through. Shin does initially push his opponent off this Stargate, but not going to be able to do much more than that. Now, these mutas, because they were additionally delayed, that actually does mean that there's less of a likelihood to snowball before the Phoenixes are able to get their upgrades. But we're going to see a dive in on top of the Templar. He goes for it. Gets 1, 2, 3. A lot of damage on these mutas, and that last Storm was very good, killing quite a few of them. But that is all the High Templar. Hang on, actually, no, a couple of them still have Storms. They do finally get taken out. Killing a lot of stuff, though. Oh, was that worth it for Shin? 10 mutas killed 5 High Templar. I think the time is to go back into the Hydras. Hydraling Bane. He does add on the Bane speed now. He built a few more mutas. Hey, a few more. He's gone up to 30. 32 mutas total built. 30, 33? I want to be accurate. Yeah, 32. 32. Oh. Now the Phoenixes, though, they have their Annual Pulse Crystals, and that is not a winning proposition here for Shin. Oh, man, this is awkward. He does manage to actually get the Phoenixes to get close enough to him to turn on one of them. Base's traps are in front of this base. Shin, you know about this one? It could be a big one. Ooh, that's a pretty nice one to start off. Mutas are going to get one of the High Templar that was high on energy. The rest of them don't have Storms. Shin, he's not able to break through just yet. Carriers were canceled. They never hit the field. Obviously. Banelings speed will complete in a moment. There's a lot of cannons on this left side. They will get clumped up. Lifting the Banelings does not prevent them from splashing the ground underneath. A lot of people don't know that. A big blink forward into the Hydra Ling. Was that the right call? It ends up being just fine. And now a blink forward will chase down a bunch of the Hydras. Classic is going to outlast Shin. And now it is a swap into carriers in earnest. SHIN did not kill a single probe. Only got 3 of the Phoenixes as well. It was a very cool effort from SHIN, using the mutas to try and snipe down High Templar. Was a cool concept. But it wasn't enough to give him what he needed. The investment was way too big. The cost efficiency is over 2-to-1 at this point. SHIN is going to try one last-ditch effort, even without Storms ready, with the number of... Well, actually, hold that thought. We do have Banelings coming in. He kills that pylon. Oh, no, it only depowers one cannon. Yeah, no, there's enough Storm behind this now. I mean, this game is... classics in hand. He just needs to not mess up the defensive micro, I think, and he's looked pretty decent with that so far. These carriers, they do have +1 weapons, which means that without any Carapace, the Lings, the Hydras get melted by Interceptors. And there's not even that many Hydras, so the carriers alone are already going to be pretty scary. Carrier Storm is a very good scaling setup, better than Tempest in theory. For this particular setup. And GG will get called. Classic takes the game and the series. He will survive to get the run back attempt versus Trigger and knock out SHIN. Well done. Very exciting series. A lot of mind games in that one. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, if it wasn't for the one last Storm, it would have been a good play with the mutas. But I think he lost like 7 on the way out. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, if we'd ever casted before, that would be one thing, but... No, it's not really something that you can just jump into. Not super easily. All right, we're going to put up a little break for game number... Well, for going into the last series of the day. Classic versus SHIN. It is going to be Classic versus Trigger, a final best of 5. Stick around. Hello, hello. Bonjour. We're back. We're back. We're back. Hey, thank you, Kasansky, for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Of course, it is September, so if you do want to support the streamer, man, in his ramblings, now is a great time to do it. Subs are discounted. So thank you very much, Kasansky, for taking advantage of that, supporting the streamer, man. Tier 1 subs, Tier 2 subs, Tier 3 subs are very helpful. Extremely helpful. So, yeah, once again, big ups. Massively appreciated. We are going to be getting into the decider match. Trigger did win the first series 2-0. And it is going to be a best of 5 now for the decider. Classic getting the opportunity for revenge here. To answer your question on YouTube, Addyvan, is this my full-time job? Yes, it is. And does anyone else remember the Protoss player Desro? I definitely remember the Protoss player Desro. Yeah, he came to a couple of tournaments once upon a time because he was from Quebec, so he actually came to the 1 or 2 tournaments in Ontario. At least 1, maybe 2. Yeah, I've met and like hung out with Desero a couple times around tournaments, like when tournaments were happening. Desero Olge, yeah, that is a throwback for sure. Huck actually has been streaming a little bit of Beyond All Reason, which is pretty freaking sweet because he's an awesome dude and one of the original best players in the game. Like, when the game initially dropped, he was one of the best players in StarCraft 2. You're in Quebec right now? Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I have no idea what Desro is up to. I think he switched to Overwatch for a little while after it came out. And I think he did pretty well, but I don't think he streamed in, like... This is just pulling it out of the air, but like 5 years, maybe? Let's see what Twitch tracker says. Was his account just Desro, or was it something else? Sully Gnome is also great for Desro Plays. I don't think that's it. Would that be it? What was his... Was it Desro SC2? Desro. I think it was Desro Gaming. No, was it Desro Fighting? Did he get banned on Twitch? Yeah, it was Desro Fighting. When is the last time he streamed? So he slowed down December 2018. He did a little bit of World of Warcraft for like every so often. Played some Overwatch 2, some Fall Guys. Oh, he played The Witcher 3. Lost a lot of followers. Oh, wow. There's 1 month where he loses... Oh, God, that's so painful to look at. Yeah, when he was switching away from StarCraft 2, a lot of followers. That's rough. Actually, not necessarily. He kind of switched into other games for a bit. Interesting. Yes, Huck was director of esports for the Kraft Group. Yep. He led the Boston Uprising, right? It was Boston Uprising. Was it Boston Uprising? That sounds right. Whatever the Boston team was, he led them to some very successful stuff. But then they cut him loose after like a couple years. I actually hung out with him recently. Hey, he's a really cool dude. I played him a little bit in Wildgate during the beta. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, this is actually funny. His most streamed games... Wow, he like barely streamed any StarCraft 2, actually. According to Twitch Tracker. That seems wrong. But apparently his big game was Overwatch on Twitch. Huh. By OWL standards, he was successful. I think it was probably the most successful team. To be fair, I have done absolutely no research on that specifically, and I can't corroborate it at all. But I think they were probably the ones that were closest to turning it into a profitable venture. I honestly don't know, though. I legitimately can't say for sure. Nope, we're not doing that. Is that better or worse? They don't line up. That's good enough. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Look at that. We did it. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right. It is Classic. In the blue for Virtus Pro. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Basilisk. It is Trigger. In the red. And this is the decider match for who will make it out of Group A and give themselves a chance to qualify to the offline finals for this. I mean, it's going to be a reasonably decent prize pool anyways. I actually haven't looked exactly at what the prize pool boost would be. Also, Bulmy, you sell yourself short. I think you're much better than the 148 best American caster all time. I appreciate you saying I'm the best Canadian caster, but I think that's a pretty shallow field, relatively speaking. So, regardless, I do appreciate it. Oh, Trigger's probe barely avoiding Classics. Nice job. This game number one, or this series number one between these two, was double proxy robo out of Classic. He proxy roboed 2 games in a row. Trigger looking like he wants to go for a proxy Stargate, perhaps. And Trigger did set the table in their first series by fake proxying a pylon in game 1. But in this case, it is going to be a real proxy oracle as far as I can tell. Classic looking around for this. It is going to be double adept out of both players. There's a lot of map to explore. It looks like Classic is going to find his quarry. He is opening up defensive robo. Even dropping a shield battery at the front. That's got to be to keep his opponent's probe out initially. Oh. This probe on the map does get spotted. I will say in terms of build order setups, on paper, this is pretty decent for Trigger, but Classic scouts the proxy. He is going to see that Oracle start up. Ooh, double adept does get intercepted by Classic. That's a very nice little find. Probe will get picked off, but Classic's going to kill one of Trigger's first adepts. No, he doesn't. Oh, he didn't move far enough. However, he will get it on the interception behind that. Just going to be one Oracle. Shield battery will be up in time. You go for the stasis trap, or do you try and kill a probe or two? Okay, he does switch on the Oracle's Pulsar Beam, and I mean, you will eventually kill a probe. Oh, Classic could have picked up the probe that was harmed. I never thought of this, but a Warp Prism actually works quite well for this. Because you have so long to identify which probe is being attacked. You can get it when it's taken like 6 or 7 shots. It takes 10 shots from an Oracle to kill a probe through a shield battery. Hep's going to shade forward and immediately die. Trigger is going 3-gate robo behind this. And Classic actually let the shield battery complete. It's a little bit awkward for him. He, of course, did cancel or turn off his opponent's Stargate. Switch it off. Classic, warping in a couple of sentries. He will be able to be a big nuisance on the other side of the map. Probably going to be able to kill one gateway. Might be able to get more. Immortal is being produced here. Classic will get force fielded at the bottom of the ramp. Trigger pulling back his units so that they can't be force fielded towards him. Trigger will have a pylon finishing up in a moment. He is going to replace this gateway. I like this from Classic, just not overextending right away. Going super far right away. Just taking the damage he can get. Oracle on the other side of the map is going to try and find value where it can. Immortal. Trigger's got to, of course, be very careful that he doesn't get force fielded off. He does not have a Warp Prism just yet. Will be out in just a little bit, though. Classic has expanded. Oh, Trigger's got to be careful with his Oracle. That is so important to keep it alive. I do like the way Classic is playing this. Well, it's a pretty hard contain, actually. I'm going to say soft contain, but it's pretty hard. Oh, Classic spots this. Will not get his Immortal trapped. That would have been a very nice find. It's going to be a break attempt coming in from Trigger. Classic does hold the low ground, but I think he needs to back away now. Yeah, he is out of sentry energy. Oh, it's going to be an Adept dropped into the back. Trigger is, well, he's a Nexus behind. Oh, I love this. Warps in one additional Adept. Classic is only on 2 gates at the moment, but he is able to spend the majority of his money by pumping Immortals. Trigger will need to warp in defensively. There it is. But that pylon being a little bit late, and actually the warp in kind of blocking his probes. Still, only 2 probes go down. That's not bad for Trigger at all on the defense. He just commits hardcore into this all-in. Can he break Classic? Field battery number 1 is done. Force field's coming in on both sides, keeping the Immortals of Classic at bay. Meanwhile, Trigger was able to section off a couple of his opponent's units, bring them towards him. Ultimately, it will be... well, will be Classic who just needs to hold here. And he now has his Prism at home, which is the biggest deal. Adepts are... yeah, you don't really want to shade forward into the main. Trading off army units during a situation like this is not always the best. Classic does not have a big income lead, despite having that Nexus at the natural, especially now with a couple of probes getting picked off. Ooh, Trigger, is he going to go for it here? Yes, he will. Force Field will catch a couple of Classic's Immortals, but Classic, of course, can just pick them up and get out of there. Guardian Shield going to get popped. All the shield batteries are out of juice. No energy recharge available. There's 2 Immortals on each side. Barrier comes back off cooldown for Classic. Trigger needs to target fire down his opponent's Immortals. One of them does go down. Can Trigger make this happen? Another... oh, no, he didn't get an Immortal. He got saved. This is still very, very close. A couple of probes did fall in the back line, but it is going to be Classic with that 3rd Immortal will be able to push this back. Defender's advantage did kick in well enough. And Classic killed his opponent's Oracle. It's just 2 Immortals, a Prism, and a Dream. And that Dream is not going to be enough. Trigger, oh, loses the Prism. Good snipe from Classic. Classic will outlast. Take game numero uno. Numero uno. Well done. Well done. What is my favorite song from K-pop Demon Hunters? Once again, we'll have to... I don't have Netflix right now. We've been watching Disney Plus. Not a big fan of having like multiple subscriptions at once. It's a scam, says Fiance Fast. It's been 3 weeks. I know. I know. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Exactly. That's the other thing is there's so much content. It is hard to use more than once, especially if you like are just generally a busy person. Like if you do a lot of stuff in your life. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is Classic in the blue with some phenomenal Prism Micro there. And his opponent spawning up the top left. It is Basilisk's Trigger in the red. Oh, he's going to open up gas first. What? That is not super expected here. What is the plan with this? Jesus. Welcome, Gary Arganis. Is this... Okay, he is going to add the second gas. I was like, this is super weird if he just goes for the second gas. He will get the second gate. But these are some very interesting timings from Trigger. Yeah, I'm quite curious about this. I do want to point out, of course, the pylon on the wall means that this second gateway can be further back. And with how much Classic has been playing Proxy Robo, yeah, it seems like that's the idea behind this wall. Yeah, Classic is extremely good at PvP. Honestly, I said this before, and I'll stand by it. I think his most impressive series to me at EWC was his series versus Showtime, because Showtime looked really good in the PvP versus Classic, and Classic just completely shut down everything Showtime was trying to do. It was a very, very tight series, but Classic was just slightly better in every way. Which was sad for Showtime, because Showtime ended up getting 3-0'd there. But the scoreline was not representative of how closely matched they were. Like, I legitimately think Showtime was playing 99% as well. 98 to 99% as well as Classic for the vast majority of that. But it was that 1% difference that basically always meant Classic slightly edged out his opponent. But to be fair, that's kind of StarCraft 2 in a nutshell. Adept's not going to shade forward. It will be a quick expansion out of Trigger, but it's actually Classic who has a slightly faster expo, I believe. Wall from Trigger. You expect... Oh, he actually shades forward. Guess he was getting chased, so he didn't want to lose the units. Oh, force field number 1. Oh, he will get a kill. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Oh. Recall on the sentries? Okay. Okay. Huh. Expected the Oracle dive? I mean, I guess so, but it wasn't even out yet. Maybe in anticipation of a potential proxy Oracle. That's the only thing I can actually think of. Because that would have timed out somewhat close to a proxy Oracle. And Trigger was not scouting, so he just wanted to play it ultra safe. A couple of probes do go down. One to the Oracle, one to the second Adept. Trigger's just fine here. He's got a much faster blink. Classic is going into 4-gate blink behind this. No proxy gate for the blink just yet. Classic does elect to build the second Oracle, and he wants to be able to one-shot probes. Of course, that makes it difficult to move out for your opponent as well. And Trigger, we do see, did go for 3 gates. He loves to really beef up his Stalker count in the mid-game with this 3rd gate. This is something I've seen from Trigger a fair bit. Hallucination. Oh, he's looking everywhere. He is looking for this potential proxy gateway. Oh, and it looks like Trigger might have been thinking about a 4th gate of his own on the other side of the map, but that gets found and intercepted. Trigger a little bit supply blocked here. He's been bumping up against the supply blocks, but it's been not necessarily that I'm actually supply blocked, but more of such a I'm pushing it to the limit. This time it will actually block some probe production if he is so inclined towards that, but maybe Stalkers warping in instead. Blink is available on these Stalkers he just warped in. Oh, it will be 1 dead Oracle, but it's going to be a lot of dead probes. 6 probes go down, and it's now a 6 worker difference. Classic. Okay, I was going to say blinking or running by here would be quite dangerous. Trigger does not get to intercept, does not get a free kill on the second Oracle. Would have obviously been a pretty big mistake out of Classic. Now, Trigger, with the kill on that 1 Oracle, could theoretically build a shield battery in each mineral line and just move out. Classic. Oh, he is going to find a couple of these... a couple of these Stalkers getting caught. That's unfortunate. The only reason I said is because it was Observer right behind it. So close to not having those Stalkers trapped. We are going to see hallucinated probes getting used. Yeah. Kind of funny there. But it does mean that he won't actually have a second Guardian Shield. So, a little bit awkward. Classic does maintain his probe lead throughout this, and he finally see a little bit of differentiation. Classic with a faster forge, faster +1 weapons. Not a whole lot of action going on, but of course both players are very aware of the implications and the stakes of this game. Trigger has been warping in Stalkers very consistently, and that means he will hold this small Stalker advantage. But 2 of his Stalkers have had to stay in the main base to zone a potential Oracle. Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that his opponent's up on the high ground yet. Oh, it's going to be Blink forward in on top of this Immortal. We'll get it in 1. Blink forward, looking for the stasis. He finds it on the right side. Trigger does have the Guardian Shield here. Classic will be forced away. He is looking for the stasis. But he's looking to bait his opponent into the stasis, I should say. Trigger, but Trigger will push him back. Wow, we're stumbling over our words. Blah, blah, blah. That was a nice snipe on the Immortal, obviously, but... well, no, it worked out. It worked out. That's all there is to say about it. It is going to be an attempted cancel on this base. That would be a really nice pickoff if Trigger were to be able to. Dropping a couple force fields here to keep his opponent out of the fight. Trigger with an awkward rally. The Stalker for free is no bueno. Ooh, and now we see a blink forward from Classic, looking for a cheeky snipe, and he almost got it. If he'd been targeting the same Stalker, would have killed it. Trigger, though, does manage to keep that alive. He does have the higher Stalker count, and he is hard committing into those Blinky boys. Ooh, also killing one of his opponent's observers. That's nice for Trigger. Bigger deal is that he got the cancel on his opponent's 4th, and Classic is now going to be behind in that timing. He is ahead in the upgrade timing, though, by about 20 seconds. Fight may break out in the middle here. Stasis trap. Oh. Trigger just blinking forward, looking for it. Oh, this game feels especially tense right now. This one feels like the winner of this game is going to have a massive, massive boost going forward, because it feels just like there's both. I mean, obviously, Trigger, if he loses this one, he's down 0-2, and that's a brutal hole to climb out of against Classic. But it just feels like they're both playing an extremely tight game right now. Trigger did delay his additional gateways for a while, but he is going to be getting up to 10 gates now. Also getting that Glaives. That's going to be quite good at dealing with mass charge lot. And it is mass charge lot right now. 28 Zealots. Okay, Trigger. No, why is there an Immortal here? Is it? It's on a shift attack move. Oh, Trigger. No, no, no. We could have recalled it. Well, that's a very awkward thing to lose for free. Very high value unit. Now, we do see Glaives is not done. Trigger needs that upgrade. But it is still going to be a lot of Adepts versus a lot of Zealots. Zealots have a lot more DPS overall. But, I mean, obviously if the... Oh, my God, Trigger, what are we doing? He's hunting for the Prism. Was not able to find it. Classic getting a great position at the top of the ramp. The Adepts are going to do well on this right side, but without Glaives, not as well as I think they need to do. Zealots are actually still just cooking them in the natural. Glaives will come through. Force Field's getting broken upon cast. The natural expansion was cleaned up by Trigger, but Classic is looking very strong here. There's so many Zealots. And the Archons are very good against these Adepts as well. It's a hallucinated Colossus to maintain high ground vision. Zealots are starting to get cleaned up, but there's a few more in the natural expansion in the mineral line. Trigger is close to making a defense happen. He will blink forward at a perfect timing. Snipes his opponent's Prism. Takes that down. Going to be able to get the Immortals as well. Trigger actually does get a very good cleanup. That was the perfect moment for Trigger to blink forward and snipe the Prism. Look at that dead even in terms of resources lost. 12-25. Oh, Stasis Trap. Ooh, Trigger, it looks like maybe didn't actually spot it. Oh, okay, that's actually not that bad. He just needs to not cancel these shades. Actually, can you even cancel them? Well, okay, now they're trapped for the duration. He could have just shaded back and they would have shaded out. He didn't need to do that. Oh, Trigger, that's a huge mistake. He could have shaded out. Now a couple of his units do get caught. Classic has been pumping nothing but army units and is now going to be able to find a bunch of these Adepts. They will trade out a little bit against the Zealots, but not efficiently. Not efficiently in the slightest. And what was dead even is now far from it. Trigger finds an Immortal on the interception here. Oh, how many Stalkers does he lose before recall goes off? Just one. Trigger, of course, did rebuild probes. That, man. If he had pulled the shade back and shaded back to where his army was, Classic cannot jump him the way that he did. Oh, that is so painful for Trigger. Classic does have +3 weapons. Did he have that for most of the fight? I'm not sure. Glaive Adepts are going to shade forward and look for this mineral line at the 4th. But, well, those charge lots are they're not going to let that happen. He gets one probe. That's it. Trigger warping in basically nothing but Adepts. The Adept Printer is going burr. And if Classic recognizes this, I mean, he can just chill, morph in more Archons, and he already has 3, and now a 4th morphing in. Every Archon that he gets counters this army of Trigger more and more. Trigger, for his part, I think he's just going to try and go with +3 weapons and hope for the best. His robotics facility was killed, by the way, which means no Prism. So, no warp in directly into the fight. Trigger, oh, please don't fight before +3 weapons. Please, for the love of God. It's so close to completing. That is so... 52 Adepts! I mean, there's still a world where Classic gets caught out and Trigger, you know, is able to make it happen. I don't know if Trigger can find that world, though. He is going to cancel the shade. Classic going to go for the fight from both angles. The Archons are going to get massive amounts of splash damage. Guardian Shield not going to be enough. And Classic's way more powerful army will win the fight. Trigger, basically the only way he could have done anything right there is somehow baiting Classic into splitting his army just completely wrong. And Classic does not fall for that. Trigger gonna find a few probes in the main base, but I mean, he's lost literally every army unit, basically. Yeah, this is just Classic. Once again, showing some impressive prowess in PvP. Trigger gonna try one last-ditch effort, but he knows Classic's got the units, he's got the economy, and he is about to put himself up 2-0. Trigger's still fighting hard, but it's a lost cause at that point. GG. Classic, after going down 1-2 to SHIN, manages to pull that series back, win that one 3-2, and is now up 2-0. Just one map away from taking down the Canadian Phenom. Well, I think it was impressive PvP before that. I don't think going... I think the more impressive PvP was definitely game number 1. No, game number 2 was quite impressive as well. Trigger? Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for him. I mean, he squeaked out 2 wins in the first series in impressive fashion, no less. But can he do another one? Can he make another miracle happen? I'm not so sure. Let's see if he can. His last life. Once again, huge thank you to Comeback TV for putting this tournament on. Potentially the final map of the day for this Maestros of the Game tournament, Group A. Spawning up at the top left, it is El Clásico Magnifico, or Virtus Pro Classic. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it is Basilisk's Trigger in the red. I mean, worst case scenario, Trigger did help his teammate by taking down Classic, knocking him into the lower bracket. Reynor, of course, I'm sure. Well, trying to beat Classic in PvZ is just no fun at all. He is just so good at PvZ, so difficult to break. I think Reynor is definitely capable of it. But, yeah, it is tough. It is important to note, though, Classic didn't play... Well, I guess I'm really thinking about that one game where he forgot the fleet beacon. For the most part, he played very well. Even that game, he almost turned a completely impossible game into a victory. It got way closer than I expected. Like, it was a 2-base... like, he was knocked back down to 2 bases, had basically no income against a 5-base SHIN. And it was 6 Tempests, like 9 High Templar, and just a couple of, like, literally 2 Immortals versus a bunch of Hydra, Lurker, Corruptor. And it was close. It was quite close. You see Classic moving out with a probe to the left side. This looking for a proxy, or is this threatening a proxy? I think it's looking for a proxy, but might turn into dropping a proxy very quickly. That's the funny bit of PvP. I'm gonna say checking the putting this in range of the Watchtower would certainly be one of the choices of all time, but we're not gonna see that. We will see both players opening up defensive robo. Oh man, this has got to be tough for Trigger. You won the series, the first series 2-0, but then on the run back, it feels like Classic has just kind of been all up in your business. Game 1 was quite close. Like, very close. And Game 2, after the cleanup Trigger got in the natural, felt like he was in a decent position. Oh, Stalker's in the middle of the map. Classic. Oh, he jumps on top of Trigger Stalkers. I love the target fire on the far away Stalker, knowing he'll get that close one. Ay, ay, ay. That is super painful for Trigger. In a situation where your opponent and you are mirrored, losing one of your first 4 units is disastrous. Absolutely, utterly disastrous. Now, this would be very good for him, actually. Okay, Classic is not going to be a fool and check up the ramp. That would be very bold. Especially since he hasn't seen his opponent's main. In fact, neither of them has. Oh. Stalker of Trigger. Kind of in a funky position here. Classic is going to expand. And he's got his expansion basically done. Trigger did run the Stalker away, which is good because Classic is checked this position. And I really don't think Trigger can afford to lose another Stalker here. Classic energy recharging that sentry. He's got a shield battery at the natural. Oh, force fields from Classic. I like that he came out and fought this before his opponent's Immortal was, before Trigger was really ready to fight fully. Gets a kill on the sentry. Classic's got to be a little bit careful with the Prism, but that was a really smart move. Trigger was split up coming around the ramp, and Classic had the high ground advantage against this right side army. Very nice little move from Classic. He did use a lot of force fields, but he killed a unit and really, I would say, rattled Trigger a little bit. Could have been a lot worse for Trigger than it was. It wasn't that bad, but I mean, this is where not being a proxy robo makes this much, much worse. Trigger, funnily enough, is actually up a single probe. Oh, I love this. Ah, the Adepts. The Adepts shade blocked your opponent's shades. Force fields are pretty good here from Trigger, but Classic is still able to bring his Immortals to bear. Once again, if Trigger does not break the natural at minimum, this game, this series is over. Warped in quite a few Adepts. He's going to add a Robo Bay. Not a bad choice. Oh, he's got to be careful with his Prism. He will shade forward with the Adepts in the main base. Classic does pull the probes into the fight. I don't know about this one. Oh, he's going to lose a lot of probes here very quickly. Very quickly. This is not going well for Classic at all. Excellent damage coming in from Trigger. Careful with that Immortal. Oh, he's got to get these into the fight. Target fire on the Prism could be devastating for Trigger, but not going to be the case. The Warp Prism is still warping in units. He doesn't lift up and save the Immortals. And now it's going to be Classic crushing the fight. Trigger should have just canceled the warp in and run away. Now, man, he needs to, I think he maybe needs to even cancel this to build the Disruptor, but he's going to let this one Immortal finish. Trigger is enjoying an eco lead, but the losses he just took on the army are not sustainable. Just the Adept sack into the main was very good, I think. Oh, Classic going to be able to find one Stalker. Can he kill this Immortal? No. Shield battery keeps it alive. And Classic is able to just lift up and get out of there. No scout on the Robo Bay.
Let our enemy know.
Meanwhile, other side of the map. Oh, Trigger, you cannot lose this Prism. That is actually how Classic lost game number 1 in their first series, is he lost a fully loaded Prism when he was gaining advantage in the Proxy Robo versus Prox. Was it Proxy Robo versus Proxy Robo? It was Robo versus Robo at the very least. Classic, be able to snipe down a couple probes. He's actually targeting down Stalkers now. I mean, those are a much juicier plum if you can get them. Trigger, he is down to one last opportunity with this Disruptor. Classic, I was going to say, he just needs to recall the Prism. Trigger, he's got to send these Stalkers across the map. He actually warps in at home instead of warping in on the other side of the map. Good little spread. I love this from Classic. Posturing with the Immortals forward to kind of force the Disruptor to fire its shot from very far away if he wants to. Oh, God. Trigger, gotta save this Prism. Disruptor gets one Adept, and he needs a lot more than that. Classic gonna feel like he can take the fight, dropping 4 force fields very quickly. Oh, Trigger gets out of it, though. Great Prism Micro. This is once again, the only chance Trigger has. He just warped in 3 Zealots and is walking them across the map. Wants the mobility of this Prism, obviously. We've got a Stargate about to be able to complete Phoenix's first Immortal. Will take some damage. Force field's coming through. Disruptor gets targeted down. That's going to be all she wrote. Trigger's dead. Classic takes it down. 5 Immortals. Final nail in the coffin, and GG. Classic gets it done. There was almost no chance for Trigger, to be honest, with that. Not with how well Classic was handling that, but just the boom, instantly targeting down the Disruptor. Very well done. Yeah, all the Adept shading to the main was totally fine, in my opinion. In my opinion. Because he killed so many probes, normally sacking like 2 or 4 Adepts for like... Well, 2 Adepts in that situation for like 5 probes or 4 probes is not great. But because he killed like 11, it's... I think it's enough that as long as you get out while you're teching to the Disruptors, it's probably fine. The Classic goes to playoffs and Trigger is out of the tournament. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Where can we see the bracket for the tournament? I can link it over to the old YouTubia. Yeah, that's it for this one. Classic is going to take this one down. He is the final player out of the group. And I think we call it a day. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Cyril's group, by the way. It's going to be Cyril versus Ryung and Byun versus Zaun. Winner, then it'll be winner's match, loser's match, and a decider match. So at minimum, we get 5 Cyril games tomorrow. I'm thinking, I'm kind of hoping for more. Yeah, sad for Trigger winning. I mean, this is the most classic non-Korean situation for the GSL groups of all time, you know? Winning the opening match and then losing on the run back in the decider. The tale is old this time. It's happened so many times. We're beyond Ryung and Sound. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for me for the day, I believe. I'll be back tomorrow. Relatively short stream, but obviously great games. Yeah, we're going to call it a day. We'll raid up Jugger J. Playing a little bit of Zerg. Going to run 1 minute of ads, and then we will call it a day. Thank you once again very much to Comeback TV. Oh, actually, before we call it a day, something has been announced, I believe. Has it been announced? Yes. Something has been announced. Why is this light mode? Why is this light mode? Well, at any rate, we'll link this. Ursa TV is running a LAN in Canada. Pretty dope. Pretty dope, if you ask me. We'll link that one. I know that's Twitter. Not a lot of people want to use that, and that's totally fine. There we go. That works. Okay. Video mode in-game. Window capture. There we go. There it is. Stellar Fest. Main tournament, 15,000 Canadian dollars. That's going to be actually my birthday weekend, as it turns out. November 7th to 9th. And then there's going to be LAN qualifiers preceding the main tournament. Preceding, I should say. And then online qualifiers will be plane tickets for the main event. So pretty cool. Hey, thank you, Delthus, for the 5 gifted subbies. Massively appreciated. Thank you. And I will be covering the online qualifiers for the most part, if not all of them. But yeah, that will be taking place in 2 months' time. This should be very exciting. Venue has been booked. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more serious than Home Story Cup, but still Home Story Cup vibes. That's going to be the goal. There's still some planning to be done for sure, but Bruno, the progenitor of Ursa TV, is very serious, really wants to make this event happen. And yeah, he's gonna is the thing. So yeah, check that out. All right. We're going to raid up Jugger J. Oh, he's playing Ling Bane. Ooh. Thank you very much. Once again, Delthus. 07's in the chat. Massively appreciated. This is super awesome. I was a little bit down because like our sub count and stuff have been down in general, but it's nice because I've once again kind of been putting in the work. I've been hitting the grind a little bit more than I have in a while, and it's starting to pay off, so that feels real good. All right. Enjoy the Juggernaut. And also special if you're still here, of course we're tight. Of course we're tight. That should go without saying. All right, bye-bye. Stay safe, everybody. Enjoy. Oh, that's funny. I just saw I can beat you with any race. That's special to Jason, I suppose. All right. We'll be back same time tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 10 a.m. Pacific Time. I mean, there's 24 time zones. You can figure it out. Once again, Serral group tomorrow. So yeah, that's the big one. That's the one I'm most excited about.